turn the chime on? عادل 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 VIP عادل VIP room عايزينهم يبتدوا. We need the ushers to start ushering people in. عشان نبتدي بس. اوكي.
Amazing. Hello, everyone. We will be beginning the program shortly. So I can ask you all to please find your seats. We'll be beginning the program promptly at 9 a.m. Hello, everyone. We will be beginning the program promptly at 9 a.m. If I can ask you all to please find your seats. For those with a number on the back of their name badge, that is for your table assignment, which you can find on the screens to the front. Again, we'll be beginning the program promptly at 9 a.m. Please find your seats so we can begin on time. Hello, everyone. If I can please ask you to find your seats as we'll be beginning the program shortly. You can please find your seats as we'll be beginning the program shortly.
some detail to know. Good morning, everyone. Can I please ask everyone to take their seats? We're about to start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Or should I say, Dumela, Kosh Kildenis, Benvindos, Hola, Bonjour, Namaste, Jambo, Ahlan wa Sahlan, and welcome. From Zambia to the UAE, from Kazakhstan to Côte d'Ivoire, from Brazil to Botswana, we're truly a global community here this morning. To Mr. Ndaba Kgolate, the Vice President of the Republic of Botswana, Honorable Ministers, Dean Georgia Perakis, Permanent Secretaries, delegation members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is truly an honor to welcome you to Cambridge today. For those of you I haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet, my name is Rania Helmi, and I serve as a Senior Advisor for Strategy and Partnerships at the Center. I'm also your very caffeinated and deeply grateful Master of Ceremonies for the next 2 days. Now, just a few quick housekeeping notes before we begin. Please make sure to silence your phones during panels. Make sure you download the HOVA app. I know I have asked numerous times, but it's your key to networking and building your own agenda, and also even setting up one-on-one meetings over the next 2 days. For all our amazing panelists speaking in Amesbury today, this ballroom, please head to the AV station in the back of the room, right there. Give us a wave, Donovan. Thank you. 15 minutes before your panel so we can get you mic'd up and ready for greatness. Look out for our staff and volunteers with red name tags. We're here to help you with anything you need. You may have spotted the treadmill outside while having breakfast. That's your invitation to swing by the Enda booth, say Caribou, and slip on a pair of Enda sneakers and experience Africa's very first performance footwear and sportswear brand. We love to support local brands. Pick up a bag or 10 of delicious Gruyere food nuts sourced from West Africa from our very own fellow Joshua Reed right outside these doors. And of course, stop by the photo booth whenever you get a chance. We'd love to capture as many special moments with you as possible. Back to the conference. This year's conference is bigger and bolder than ever. We have 2 full days of dynamic panels, roundtables, and workshops, more than 400 participants, over 80 incredible speakers, and 3 book signings. This truly has been a labor of love. To the small but mighty team behind the next 2 days, to the marketing and comms team who lead this conference's planning every year, and to our event planner, Judy Freeman, it's been a true honor to work alongside each and every one of you. Now it's my pleasure to introduce a very special person and one of the people who have been at the heart of this effort, Donovan Alexander Beck, our Assistant Director of Communications, Storyteller-in-Chief, published poet and author of a recently released book, Sunbreak, Notes on Hope. His poems have quite literally kept me hopeful when I was knee-deep in conference planning chaos, running on coffee and sheer determination. He reminds us through his words that even when the world feels heavy, there is always light breaking through. So please join me in welcoming Donovan, who will recite a very special poem for us Dum spiro spero. While I breathe, I hope.
How are you all today? So my role at the center has a kind of unique title. It's the Assistant Director of Communications and Storytelling. Because for us, stories are at the center of what we do. My background is I'm a poet and a filmmaker, and language is really important to me. Most often is finding the way that language translates across different forms. Many people typically do this in the Latin context. They will say, carpe diem, seize the day. For me, I think very often recently about a different Latin phrase, which was part of the impetus of my most recent book, which is called Sunbreak: Notes on Hope. I wanted to set out to write a book about the aftermath of despair. And in Latin, there's a phrase called dum spiro spero, which means, while I breathe, I hope. And for me, that's been an incredibly important part of my life recently, as I think about a lot of different stories. The first being a man in Surat, India, says that clean water is not a privilege, but a right, and sets out to make it true. Dum spiro spero. A child in Afghanistan flies a kite made out of plastic bags and reads in the dry desert air. Dum spiro spero. A collection of the brightest minds in Kenya dare to dream past the horizon, writing on the wall possibilities beyond our skies. Dum spiro spero. The room is filled with the smell of kasoi, satay, lumpia, the echoes of a region as diverse as it is similar. The chefs prepare it all as to not lose a sense of home. Dum spiro spero. A woman in Peru roasts coffee from a land once taken by her ancestors and now returned and nurtured by her palms. Dum spiro spero. While I breathe, I hope. You know, it is true. The world is full of suffering, but it is also full of the overcoming of suffering, of first lights after thunderstorms, gentle hands trying to mend deep wounds of a history that has been painted for far too long. And today, we make music. Call up the orchestras and the choirs of those who do not just have their hands clasped in prayer, but outstretched in action. Those entrepreneurs, innovators, and storytellers, the ones who hold their countries in their hands with pride, gift the world with answers to questions that have not been asked yet, and turn the aftermath of despair into a call for action. We, in this room, have left searchlights for a better tomorrow in our wake. And I have just seen here the echoes of change. No, I've watched the thunderclap of progress. Gadamer once said that we are abandoned into this life. And if that is to be true, I am thankful that we are at least banding together, because that means that we have a chance to call this place a home, to fill in the cracks and repair the walls, take the history books off the shelves and say that the future will be written by those courageous enough to answer despair, apathy, and violence with hope, community, and peace. Because yes, the foundation that you and I stand on may be rocky. It may be laced with the challenges that might outlast us, but our resolve for prosperity is certain. And today, across the world, we see how the cold of the night turns into the warmth of the day over and over and over again. There is a story of a Palestinian woman in the West Bank who tends a garden made out of gas canisters, a man in Atlanta who turned garbage bags into blankets, a child in Uganda who painted the scorched earth green, and a mother in Kyrgyzstan who painted the mountains across the way and said that the world is still full of possibilities. All people who dreamed of a tomorrow that is better than today. And that's why you all are here. You champions of the get-through, courageous spirits and thunderous hearts, you beautiful forces of nature drawn by the gravity of hope and prosperity, thank you. The showing up is the first step. The doing is the second, and the repeat is the third. Nikki Giovanni once said that tomorrow is unknown, but today you and I have work to do. I like to believe that Du Bois is up in the banisters with righteous fists raised, saying that they have not taken our breath away yet, and our minds are still ours, our hearts are still ours, our stories are still ours, and that means that change is still ours. Hope is still ours. Dum spiro spero. While I breathe, I hope. But today, you and I do more than just breathe. Today, we come together, turn ideas into realities, and watch how the spark of innovations makes wildfires of not just this room, but the world. And say that borders cannot halt the sustained power of co-creation. So we open our homes and say, I'm glad that you're here. Together, we will see a today, a tomorrow, and a future where the history books are written by those most closely involved. Today, we stand at the shore of the lighthouse and say, we will find answers to all of these questions. Ama Ata Aido once said that we, the people of change, know only one thing: hope. So to all of you, I welcome you here, to our home. May today bring you a deep breath. Thank you.
Thank you, Donovan. While I breathe, I hope reminds us that innovation begins with stories of resilience and a relentless belief in something better. May we carry that spirit with us today and always. And now, it is my deepest honor to welcome to the stage someone who inspires all of us every single day. She's a force of nature, a fierce advocate for entrepreneurs, and an incredible human with a heart as bold as her vision. Our executive director, Dina Sharif. No, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Still have a few things to say. Yep, she will hold us to a higher standard, not because she expects perfection, but because she sees and believes in everyone's potential. She shows us that success is not just about scale, it's about values, about integrity, about courage, and about leaving behind legacy and something that truly matters. To me and to many of us here, she's not just our executive director, she's a mentor, a sister, a voice of reason when things get messy, and a quiet storm of grace and grit. As we prepare to take our next leap as a center, I can think of no one more capable, more visionary, and more trusted to guide us through this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming my friend, my mentor, and one of the most purposeful, resilient, and authentic people I've ever known, Dina Sharif.
Wow, I knew she'd make me emotional. All right, good morning, everyone. They told me that there would be 400 people in this room. I didn't believe it until I stood here. So I'm going to remove the red glasses. I tried to color code, but it seems that reaching your late 40s means you need reading glasses. Don't laugh at me, Yasser. I know you're laughing. Mr. Vice President Ndaba Khaulate of the Republic of Botswana, Honorable Ministers, Interim Dean Georgia Parakis, Sayuri and Craig Sharper, Associate Dean of Innovation and Faculty Director, Professor Dame Fiona Murray, our Business Circle members, our dear fellows, and distinguished guests from over 35 countries, spanning Africa, Latin America, South and Southeast Asia, the Arab region, and for the first time ever, a very large delegation from Central Asia. Thank you, Shamil. Welcome. It's truly a privilege to be standing here once again, surrounded by this remarkable community from across the globe that continues to grow and evolve every day. But today marks more than just another gathering. With where we are in the world today, this gathering symbolizes a moment of urgency, but also of hope. As Donovan conveyed through his deeply touching poem, Dum Spiro Spiro, While I Breathe, I Hope, at the very heart of entrepreneurship is the promise of hope, the promise of a better tomorrow. And I see Dr. Anuvar Afian right there, who's our keynote speaker, who brought hope to so many of us at a very, very difficult time. So I want to begin today with something deeply personal, but maybe something many of you already know. To many in this room, it's not a secret that I am a fiercely proud Egyptian. I don't hear the Egyptians in the room very well. Egypt is one of the oldest civilizations in the world, a place where centuries ago, innovation wasn't just a buzzword. It was the very foundation for which Egypt evolved over time. From early medicine to irrigation systems, from mathematics to the monumental architecture represented by the Great Pyramids of Giza, innovation is woven into our DNA. But I would be remiss if I did not also say that my very existence is a product of my grandfather's sheer will to build a business that would give his children a better future. While he graduated from college and was a government employee, he didn't make all that much money, but he knew how to make ice cream. And at some point, he realized, well, maybe I could sell it. And from there, a series of ice cream stores were born from his town in Upper Egypt all the way to Cairo and the coast of the Mediterranean. There is no better way to create intergenerational wealth than through entrepreneurship. And if my grandfather had not pursued that path, it is possible that I would not be standing here with you today. Entrepreneurship and innovation have always been about the promise of hope. Hope that we could live better, hope that we could leave behind something lasting, hope that we could rewrite the story of what is possible. It is the force that says, I see a problem and I believe that I can solve it. It is the courage to step into uncertainty and not falter. It is the belief that we, and not others, can shape the future of our own communities. But that hope is not abstract. It is embodied by the fellows in this room, like Linda Mabene Olugunjo. Where is she? Yeah, she's back there. Sorry, I took your phone away from you. You can take a selfie with the vice president later. But Linda is an incredible woman. She founded the first female-led, Black-owned, independent power provider in South Africa and fights every day to ensure that Africa has access to power. Or Danilo Lemuero, I don't know if he's here. He's here. Our student fellow and CEO and co-founder of Truvius, who, I probably pronounced that wrong, I'm sorry, Danilo, who uses AI to cut through judicial complexity and reduce the time lost navigating legal red tape in Brazil. Our fellows across the world are transforming challenges into meaningful and lasting change. Our fellows are the hope. They are showing us that entrepreneurship is not a luxury for the privileged few. It is a necessity for a world that is currently in transition. Now, if you are a student fellow or a Foundry fellow, I would like you to stand and be recognized. Now, this brings me to the second item that I would like to share. The story around growth markets needs to change. I said this last year, but I will say it again, and I will keep saying it. It is not that we are on the rise or that we are becoming. Our time is now. We are not rising. We are not still becoming. We are here. We are strong, and it is up to us to create the prosperity that we need. But if I'm to be really honest, the future is already being shaped by the very markets that were once labeled underdeveloped or emerging. And here at the center, we call them what they really are, growth markets, because the numbers are undeniable. By 2030, 90% of the world's youth will live in our markets, and half of them will come from Africa, accounting for the 50% of the global youth population. And in the last decade alone, startup funding in Africa grew by over 30 times, and it will continue to grow. India's digital payment infrastructure now processes more daily transactions than the US, the UK, and China combined. In these markets, leapfrogging is not theoretical, it is real. And these are not statistics. They are signals that the engine of global innovation is shifting, not slowly, but powerfully. The world's next chapter is being authored by entrepreneurs from Lagos, New Delhi, Jakarta, Sao Paulo, Bogota, and my home country, Egypt, the city where I come from, Cairo. And the reason for this is that innovation lives where the stakes are highest, where there is no other option but to innovate our way through the challenges we face. And that is why this center exists. These successes and undeniable momentum of entrepreneurship in growth markets lead us naturally to an exciting evolution of the center's identity and mission. Which brings me to the final and very special piece of news that I have to share today. For 17 years, we have been known as the Legatum Center for Development and Entrepreneurship at MIT. And we are deeply grateful for the vision, the belief, and the support that the Legatum Group has invested in this journey. But today, as we look towards the future, we do so with a new identity, one that reflects both continuity and ambition for a deeper footprint and a rapid expansion of our programs across global growth markets. With a renewed commitment to the mission of building prosperity through entrepreneurship, and to do so with even greater urgency and purpose, our goal is to create a new calculus for global prosperity. And with that in mind, it is my great honor and privilege to announce that we are now officially the MIT Kuo Sharper Center for Prosperity and Entrepreneurship building.
Each individual, you may feel like there's not too much you can change, but look for other folks that have a common vision to you. And I find that there are actually a lot of us who are trying to make life better for the next generation.
The story of the Legatum Center has been the story of bold innovation used to solve pressing societal challenges, demonstrated by the entrepreneurs we have worked with over the years. So the core question remains: could entrepreneurial innovation be the key to solving the world's most pressing societal challenges? Back in 2007, when the center was founded by Iqbal Qadir and the Legatum,
Each individual, you may feel like there's not too much you can change, but look for other folks that have a common vision to you. And I find that there are actually a lot of us who are trying to make life better for the next generation.
The story of the Legatum Center has been the story of bold innovation used to solve pressing societal challenges, demonstrated by the entrepreneurs we have worked with over the years. So the core question remains: Could entrepreneurial innovation be the key to solving the world's most pressing societal challenges? Back in 2007, when the center was founded by Iqbal Qadir and the Lagaram Group, it was a radical idea ahead of its time.
I founded a center of entrepreneurship at MIT, and I taught there for 10 years, raising MIT students, mentoring them to have them become entrepreneurs.
They could see what many did not, that these entrepreneurs were not just a possible solution, they were the essential answer. Since then, the center and MIT have championed the belief that entrepreneurs can unlock economic prosperity in growth markets today and in the future.
And I'm excited to see what the future will bring for the center, for MIT, for the US, and for the whole world.
Developing a community of over 400 fellows working on everything from climate change to healthcare to fintech to agriculture.
The centre represents an incredibly important place on campus, both a physical place, but also really a community, a place where like-minded students can come together because they share a deep and abiding interest in using entrepreneurship as a tool for transformation.
Over the past 5 years, moving around different cities for ecosystem tours, we have managed to build a community of ecosystem players pushing for entrepreneurship to play a role in building prosperity in their countries. That entrepreneurial spirit is founded on the desire to create change, and today we are on the cusp of another such evolution. Thanks to the commitment of Sayuri and Craig Sharper to the center and to the future of entrepreneurship worldwide,
congratulations once again on renaming the center to become the Craig Sharper Center, a name that I'm sure will go down in history as having major impact on the lives of millions of people around the world. Thank you for your support. Thank you for believing in us. Thank you for working with us. Thank you for all the tough questions, all the encouragement, and all the help that you have provided and that you will provide. It means a lot to us, it means a lot to everyone around MIT, and it means a lot to the world.
We're entering an exciting new phase with a new name, the MIT Craig Sharper Center for Prosperity and Entrepreneurship.
I am very honored again to have this opportunity to work with the center.
But this is more than just a rebranding. It's a reaffirmation to our commitment, to our values, and to our ever-growing community. And a recommitment that we are not waiting for the future. We are shaping it now.
I'm truly indebted to Sayuri for the gift to the center, because I think it will allow it to continue the important work that it is doing.
Reflecting this is our evolved mission to define a new calculus for global prosperity, a calculus that begins with an acknowledgement. It is not that there is a lack of entrepreneurs in growth markets solving real problems. It is that their stories are not being told, and their models aren't being celebrated. The world needs to know, and the center is the medium for that message. Our new narrative reflects the ambitions of and the outcomes from entrepreneurs across growth markets. We want to tell these stories of new models being imagined, built, tested, and proven, of principled, resilient entrepreneurs, bold thinkers, and courageous ecosystem players coming together, not to follow outdated playbooks, but to rewrite entirely new ones. Today, 6 of the world's fastest growing economies are in Africa. Southeast Asia is redefining what digital economies can look like. Latin America is setting new benchmarks for what sustainable entrepreneurship can look like, and the Arab region is demonstrating how technology like fintech is creating whole new industries. This is not just potential, this is progress, and it's happening now as we speak. For almost 2 decades, we were fortunate to enjoy the support of the Lagaram Group, and today, our belief remains unchanged. Our work is only expanding. We are more than just an academic center that has fellowship programs and that does research. We are a home, a place of belonging to our fellows, ecosystem players, and visionaries across the world. It's how we are developing the new calculus for global prosperity. And here's the most exciting part. The power to change lies in the hands of those already doing the work. They hold the key and the center is unlocking the door for them. We are living in an exciting era. The place is here, the time is now. The drivers of change are already chasing the next challenge, and we are dedicated to bringing this global community together. Entrepreneurship is the engine, innovation is the fuel. Growth markets are the future. If you're ready to be a part of rewriting the narrative of how entrepreneurship can create prosperity, then we invite you to join this movement and be a part of the new calculus for global prosperity. Your belief in this work is a gift and a challenge to dream bigger, to reach farther, and to build from the heart. And in your gift bags that you received today, you will find a challenge coin. Now, don't go looking for it. That challenge coin, inspired by my friend Meredith, who used to work for the Navy, is a representation of what this community represents and what the MIT Cool Sharper Center now stands for. To my amazing team, there is no way I can express all the gratitude and love that I have for you and all that you do to serve our mission. And if you are a member of the MIT Cool Sharper staff, please stand and be recognized. To Professor Dame Fiona Murray, who asked me to come be executive director, I think almost 6 years ago today. Hard to believe. Thank you for your unwavering support and for believing in me and in the vision that I've had for the center. I don't think we would have gotten to this point without you. Now I'd like to recognize two very special women. Dr. Salma Essayah, I don't know where she's sitting. She's sitting somewhere, there she is. Salma co-curated the agenda of this conference with me, and it was hours and hours and hours of research and thoughtfulness into the content that you're all going to experience over the next 2 days. Anyone who is a speaker in this conference, I want to tell you that Salma Google stalked you aggressively. She knows everything about you. Now, to the amazing woman who orchestrates this conference, who's standing in the back, I think you need to come up here. Find your way. This woman, Rania Helmi, who pushes every one of us to our limit almost on a daily basis, but she does so with a purpose, and that purpose is excellence. She's a mother of 4. Imagine, a mother of 4. And she would stay up all night for weeks going over every last detail about this conference in her mind. And this is not because she's a perfectionist. Well, that's a lie. It is because she's a perfectionist, but we're going to let that go. But the real reason is she does this because she believes that each and every one of you deserves to feel special. Saying thank you for all that you do is not enough. And so instead, I will ask everyone in this room to stand up and give you the round of applause that you deserve. And to my personal tribe, everyone needs their own tribe, but to my personal tribe, it's impossible to name each and every one of you because you're so many that I called upon to do me a favor, like Sharif Shafai, who helped produce this incredible video that you just saw, or to my friend Adil, who came a week early just to help out and volunteer and support with the organization of this conference. But there's so many, I cannot name you. And my tribe, they came from all over the world. Some of them are speakers, some of them came to participate, some of them just came to support. And to support for what we have been trying to achieve here, and to also have my back, so I want to thank you. Now, as we begin this conference, I want to challenge each and every one of us to actively engage, not merely as participants, but as passionate architects of the future that we envision. Because entrepreneurship is hope, growth markets are now, and our future begins here. And you are the co-creators of the new calculus for global prosperity. Now, please join me in welcoming to the stage a true believer and supporter of our work, the incredible Dean Georgia Perakis, Dean of the Sloan School of Management at MIT. Now I get to wear my real glasses and color code again.
Good morning, everyone. What a pleasure to be here in this conference for the second time in my role as interim dean. I was flying back from Philadelphia yesterday due to another professional commitment, and it looked like my flight might get canceled. And I was very stressed because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to be here this morning. Thankfully, there was another flight, conveniently flying from the gate right across from my original one. I was able to jump in, be back here a bit close to midnight, and make it here this morning. So good morning again to the Honorable Vice President of Botswana, Ndaba Haulate, Honorable Ministers, dear fellows of the newly named MIT Kuo Sharper Center, guests and colleagues at MIT. On behalf of the Sloan School, it's really a great pleasure to welcome you again this year to the annual conference, but now of the newly named MIT Kuo Sharper Center for Prosperity and Entrepreneurship. I love the fact that we are talking also about prosperity together with entrepreneurship. The center is meant to be a convening place that aims to reflect MIT's enduring commitment to tackling the world's most important complex societal challenges through innovation, through collaboration, through entrepreneurial leadership across global growth markets. I come from the country of Greece, in fact, from the southern part of Europe, the island of Crete, and I can tell you firsthand that my country is starting to prosper again, and very much I think entrepreneurship is an important component. So I very much identify with the mission of this center, and that's why it's so important for me to support it, and as much as I can to be here for Dame Fiona, Mary, and Dina, who is a force to be reckoned, I have to say. But today, it's a meaningful opportunity to really express our deep appreciation to Sayuri and Craig Sharper. I met Sayuri on Zoom in November, and I felt something really clicked from the moment we start talking to each other. Because I think we both basically saw commonly the gift that this center is to MIT's mission, which is about mens and manus. In fact, as already Dina mentioned, today marks, or this year marks, the 18th anniversary of the center, and it is really a powerful milestone that speaks not only to its longevity, but also to its consistent and evolving impact in advancing entrepreneurship and innovation across some of the world's most dynamic and challenging markets. We stand today at a pivotal moment for the center's journey. It's expanding its global reach, it's sharpening its focus on systems-level transformation, it's deepening its role within MIT's innovation ecosystem. This exciting evolution reflects a bold vision for the future of the center, one that's rooted in MIT's values and is propelled by entrepreneurial spirit and desire to have impact in the world. That's really part of the DNA of everybody who plays a role in any way at MIT. We are also especially grateful to the Legatum Foundation, whose unwavering support since 2007 laid the essential groundwork for everything the center has accomplished to date. Their partnership has been instrumental in shaping the center's global influence and reach. So it is with immense gratitude that we recognize Sayuri Sharper for her catalytic support of this evolution. Sayuri, your deep commitment to advancing entrepreneurship and innovation in global growth markets is really enabling the center to scale its impact and imagination from today and onwards. Your support of Dina, of Dame Fiona, and the whole center team during this time of transition is really not gone unnoticed. Your partnership is really appreciated by all of us, not just those directly affiliated at the center, but the rest of us from MIT. The founding blocks required to see entrepreneurship and innovation thrive across growth market is really what will be the topic of today's and tomorrow's conference. The themes covered will compel us to reflect on how we engage with complexity, embrace uncertainty in today's world, and drive progress with simple, straightforward solutions that are often not readily available. Advancing prosperity in growth markets is not just about applying knowledge. It's about listening deeply, confronting trade-offs, thinking out of the box, and rallying people to do the difficult, often messy work required to achieve real and sustainable global prosperity. But we do live in an interconnected world. The future remains very hopeful and bright. I was actually raised with a phrase that was mentioned today, dam spiro spero. So I know basically that this whole venture will help us create jobs and bring a brighter future to the world. So that is really going to be the spirit of today's and tomorrow's conversation. Of course, all of this always, in my opinion, requires humility, as well as expertise. It requires courage and also conviction and grit. I totally believe in grit, and this is what brought me at this stage of my career today. But most importantly, it also requires collaboration across disciplines, borders, sectors, countries, because in my view, no single person or entity can do the work alone. So as we move through the conference, we should remain open to new perspectives, challenge our assumptions, and stay grounded in the idea that achieving prosperity is not just a goal, but it's our collective responsibility. Entrepreneurship is a critical pathway to achieving the prosperity we need, and at the MIT Kuo Sharper Center, they really, as Dina mentioned, writing the new calculus for prosperity, and I'm quoting her. So thank you for being part of this important moment. I do want to take the opportunity to thank Professor and Dame Fiona Mary, definitely the Executive Director Dina Sharif, also Rania Shelmy, somewhere in this room, Donovan, and so many more. In fact, the entire center's team, for their efforts in bringing so many people and so many more than last year in this room and from around the world. But now, it's really a pleasure. You know, these are the things that you get to do when you get to be interim dean. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Nubar Afeyan, a fellow Lebanese, right across the pond from the island of Crete, who is the founder and CEO of Flagship Pioneering, but also, and very importantly for all of us, in 2020-21, we were all locked in our houses, he co-founded basically Moderna, that we all are aware of. During his career, he has been an inventor, entrepreneur, and CEO. I remember his speech at commencement last year at the One MIT event. And of course, he is really the entrepreneur who has co-founded and helped build over 100 life science and technology startups. But he's very close to MIT because he earned his PhD in biochemical engineering here at MIT in 1987, and has also served and been serving as a senior lecturer at MIT Sloan for 16 years. It began in 2000, in fact. Among the many other activities and support that Nubar brings to MIT, he's a member of the MIT Corporation, so he guides us really at MIT, and he serves on the advisory board of the MIT Abdul Latif Jameel Clinic for Machine Learning in Health, also known to Jameel Clinic, one of the places that actually helped me get into the space of healthcare because of the support. But I think I've said enough. Please join me in welcoming and thanking Nubar Abdullah. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks for that great introduction. Oh, that's okay, thank you. Well, I thought I was going to give a talk, but now I feel like I'm part of a big celebration, which I always like when you come from our part of the world. Actually, an Egyptian, a Greek, and an Armenian from Lebanon. So start of a good joke. But you know, that's kind of what makes MIT special and this community special, and I congratulate the major support that you've given to name this center, because this is a very special activity. I remember when it started 17 years ago, when entrepreneurship and emerging, growing markets were not words that were used in the same sentence, and it's come a very long way. But also MIT is such a cross-section of different traditions, cultures, journeys that people take. As was mentioned, I had the great honor of giving the commencement address at MIT last year, and in that session, I actually asked people who were in the audience, there was 20,000 people, to stand if they or their parents or their grandparents had immigrated to this country. And of course, 95% of people stood up, just to remind each other that this country is completely immigrant land. And without that regeneration and the drive to do innovation and entrepreneurship, none of this would be possible. And I think as you engage with this community, I think the whole world basically would benefit from having that regenerative power of people with ideas going places to make a difference. So that's my general view of kind of the topic. I have a lot of things to say. I had prepared a talk that I'm not going to go through all of just because of the time. You know, that part of what the introduction reminded me of is just to say a little bit personally. So I'm of Armenian descent. I'm born in Lebanon. My grandparents escaped the genocide in World War I. I ended up in Lebanon, a welcoming country, only to then escape myself the Civil War. Canada took us in as political refugees, and then I ended up here. And if you think that's kind of a nice romantic story, it's not meant to be. It's just that I've concluded now at 62 years old that much of the drive to innovate and not be entrepreneur comes from that history, which is just a survival instinct. And all of you here, particularly who are coming from tough, difficult markets, difficult situations, really should channel your expertise in survival to actually create value. I've come to view, if you take nothing away from my talk today, I've come to view innovation as just intellectual immigration. And if you already are a physical immigrant, or you've been displaced or dislocated even where you are, then you need to use that capability, that gift. Ironically, it doesn't often feel like a gift, to channel yourself into actually doing things that other people around you won't do because they don't have the compulsion, because they think that they can't do it. Most people stop at the gates of starting something new by convincing themselves, why should I succeed? What makes me qualified? And I'd say if you've had an immigrant experience, if you've had a tough adversity-laden experience, that's your key to get in. And if you move too far away from that, you're probably going to lose your competitive advantage. So that's my little bit of philosophy as I go into this. So I do a lot of philanthropy work as a result of my kind of Armenian heritage in the country of Armenia, and that is a tiny little microcosm of where I've seen entrepreneurship and development kind of mix, and it's very difficult, and I appreciate just how hard this can be. But I wasn't going to talk about that today because I thought each of you know more about that subject than I ever will. I've done about 20 years of this work. But what I did want to talk about is maybe kind of what we're doing in my firm, Flagship Pioneering, which is a form of entrepreneurship, we call entrepreneuring, that is kind of what I think will be the natural future of much of what we're doing today. See, today, entrepreneurship is viewed as an act of individuals who have this inspiration, this drive to create economic value, otherwise known as prosperity. But eventually, I believe that this will be the work of institutions, of groups, of industries. And so I'm going to try to give you a glimpse of the journey I've been on for 25 years, 25 of the 38 I've been an entrepreneur, to try to lay the foundations for how doing entrepreneurial innovation could become an institutional activity. 50 years ago, people invested as individuals. You need to have a lot of money to invest. There were no institutions that invested. Today, institutional investment is a completely different thing. Private equity, venture capital, hedge funds, all sorts of funds are a complete recent creation. And my prediction for the future is that actually entrepreneurs will eventually practice in groups and teams. You see bits and pieces of it today. You're seeing incubators and accelerators that have given rise in the last 20 years. But I think there is so take my comments as a little bit looking forward, and just to give you a little bit of example of how we've thought about it. And I hope it'll cause you to think about this down the line, and you'll take some inspiration from some of the mindsets that we've discovered. So let me dive in. I come from the world of where biology, technology, and unmet needs meet, which is essentially the kind of beginning to become a mature or maturing field. In the past century, what we viewed as engineering, which was largely based on physics and chemistry, began to give way to advances in biology. And I would say the thing that's beginning to change, even in our field, and I'm not going to talk a lot about this today, but there's a lot of others who will, I'm sure, is that whereas we come from a background of having engineered and discovered products, our drugs are discovered, our bridges are engineered, we are going to enter a different new world where what information science, information technology is doing is changing a significant thing that we used to do differently. So let me explain that in a nutshell by bringing you back to one concept. Those of you who work remotely in the biology or life science field know this, that actually the original information technology is contained in DNA, right? The human version of information technology, whether analog or digital, is really like 100 years old, maybe 75 years old with devices. But this information technology is as long as there's been life. And it is every bit as much information technology. It is code, it is combinations of code, it is varying code dictating varying programs. It's all information. It's just that humans haven't had access to it. And when we sequenced the human genome 25 years ago, we thought, aha, now we have access to it. In fact, we didn't know how to read it. And so when you talk about big data, the biggest source of big data is just called nature. It's just life. And all of science is just the ability to translate big data into large language models called science. Well, how are we going to do that without the kind of tools that we're now beginning to see? With AI, with generative AI, in my view, the single most profound difference will be that we'll be able to finally unravel and understand the intelligence that's found in nature. We have our own form of intelligence in our neurons. Machines have their own form of intelligence through moving electrons around, or sometimes even photons. What nature has is its own form of intelligence. So this is an exciting time, and I think what that's going to do is essentially shepherd in an era of a generated future, which might seem kind of scary, awkward, but the reality is that when you get to the essence of the logic that's underneath things, then you can begin to generate things, and that's where generative AI and many of these tools will come in. Unfortunately, I'm going to say that superficially, which is disappointing, but not prove it to you, partly because I can't prove it to you, it's still early, but also because I don't have the time. But just another thing you should take away is that if any of you are worrying whether this is a fad or whether it's going to have a profound impact, in my professional career, and I entered biotechnology when there were 5 companies, this is back in 1980, when I came here to do a PhD, and there was very little then. And talk about an industry that's kind of grown. There's about $800 billion a year of sales of biotechnology products a year. This will make biotechnology a complete footnote as to a human activity that will profoundly change how humans interact and experience nature, and hopefully much more for the good than for the bad. So with that in the background, let me tell you a little bit about what Flagship does. This is going to be even more superficial, so I apologize. If any of you are interested, there's stuff online that you could learn more about. But I want to spend a little bit of time on the mindsets. I thought that might be more relevant. So we are a company that's 25 years old this year that set out to experiment and prove whether one could do the act of company conception and creation as an institution, not as an individual in a garage. And so we wanted not to help other people do this, but to actually be the founders, but do that from the platform of an organized company, an institution. Today, we are launching, and have for many years, 6 to 8 new platform companies a year. We're a team of about 500 people, but then it's about 1,000 if you include all the entities that we have not yet spun out. When we create companies, for the first 2-3 years, they stay within our operating system, and then eventually they spin out and they stay connected to it. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that. Importantly, centrally, we have scientific invention capacity evidenced in the form of some 500 or so patents that we file a year centrally, and that's the basis for the next generation of companies that we launch. So our work, and I'm going to describe it, is a little different than licensing things and converting them into products. We're trying to make inventions that are completely different than what already exists, and that might be of interest to see how you do that. Our capital comes from more conventional sources of the kinds of capital that usually gets attracted to new ideas. That's venture capital, growth capital. We raise funds. Of course, we operate in the US. The funding environment has been, at least, we'll see what happens going forward, quite encouraging of such things. And we've operated through a series of funds that entirely capitalize the companies we conceive and create. So this is not a venture capital fund in the sense that we're not making external investments. I feel terribly because most people in the room are most interested in getting investment, and we are uniformly not a source of that investment, but we are a destination for very capable people and very good ideas around which we may want to form a company, and that's the way we operate. So I'm going to skip this. There's a bunch of things that I'm laying out here in the interest of time and tell you there's 3 basic things that we've spent a lot of time trying to systematize. One is what I call pioneering breakthroughs. The other is entrepreneuring startups, and the third is scaling ecosystems. Now, you might hear the word pioneering and say, what does that mean? You all know what pioneers are. The whole US was built by pioneers who went to the West, and this whole pioneer settler kind of tradition exists. But pioneering is kind of, for me, the way that I use the word is an act of doing something. And that is, in my definition, what innovation is to not innovating, pioneering is to innovation. That is being the very first to actually go places that you have no business being in. So that is very different. So when people went to the moon for the first time, that's pioneering. When they went for the 30th time, that's settling. If we haven't quite gotten there, but that's not pioneering anymore because you now know you can get there. So we think about pioneering. So in our whole process, I'm going to tell you a bit more about it, but not too much, is that. The second word is, I want you to kind of take away from it, is entrepreneuring. Now I can, as Fiona knows, she and I used to teach a course together, I can go off on a rant about entrepreneuring, and you'll see that I use the word differently than entrepreneurship in a very meaningful way for me. You see, when I grew up, when I was at MIT, when I started a company, I was doing entrepreneurship. But if after a while you realize that you want to do this as an activity, as a profession, then I would say you really want to think of it as entrepreneuring, not entrepreneurship. The ending of a word in English that ends with ship usually means the state of being something. Think about it. Leadership, craftsmanship, friendship. All these ships are the state of just being that thing. Well, I'm an engineer by training. I don't do engineership. Right? Why is that? It could have been called engineership. I'm a professional engineership. No, I do engineering. It's the act of doing something. And I would argue that all of you, when you start doing this for a living, as a profession, not because you accidentally started something and look, now you're running, that's all great. But if you do this without the expectation of glory, without the expectation of recognition, we can give recognition, no problem. We should keep doing that. But entrepreneuring is, for me, the hard work. It's like practicing medicine when you don't expect to get, kind of declared as a magician every time you do one successful surgery. 300 years ago, surgeons used to get knighted when they saved one person's life. Today, if one person gets sick after your surgery, you're in deep trouble. What happened? It became a profession. So I want to leave you with the thought that over your lifetimes, many of you who are younger in the room, this will be something that we're going to have to think about. And for countries as well, certainly growth markets, this is something to think about. All right, so I'm going to inadequately describe how we do what we do. We have a process by which we try to anticipate things that don't yet exist and reduce them to practice. It's a 3-step process shown here. What we're showing is the first step is we ask ourselves, what if? We allow ourselves to imagine value propositions, not just science, not just products, not just customers, but value propositions that aren't really based on today's reality. Now you might say, how far out do you go? The answer is few years, but not so long that it will take us $20, $30 million to do the underlying technology to be able to make it real. So we're trying to anticipate things that might be possible, desirable in a few years, and starting working on them today. That's the first step. So we ask what-if questions. Then we actually know that the what-if questions were just a license to explore. They're not good ideas. By definition, the first black dot you see here is a knowably bad idea. How do we know that? Because we made it up. That's how we start. Every single project we've done, and we've literally done thousands over the last 25 years, of which 110 have become companies, they're all initially bad ideas. But then we also know of a process that we study in biology called Darwinian evolution that is pretty damn good at taking a bad starting point and making it a lot better. And how does it do that in nature? Variation, selection, and iteration. Turns out that variation, selection, and iteration at the level of cells and DNA produce us and every other form of life. Variation, selection, and iteration at the level of marketing, of running shoes, of watches, of iPhones, basically explains everything else humans have done. That's the only way we do optimization. We just do variation. Some of them gain market advantage, and then we iterate, and then we compete. Well, that's exactly what happens in nature. We've tried to use that mindset and apply it to completely new starting points. And so the right side you see here is describing this process of iteratively taking a knowably bad idea and improving upon it. Once you come up with a place, the bottom red dot, where by talking to lots of people outside, you just people cannot tell you what's wrong with it except it's not real. The third step is that we come back to the present and we say, how do you get there from here? And one of the things in passing I'll mention that as an entrepreneur, you need to think carefully about whether you want to choose directions or destinations. A destination is a very motivating thing. A destination you can argue over. But if I came to you today and say, where do you want to go after this? And you say, I don't know, go right. Like, you really should say, where are you going? And how many of us actually innovate by first deciding where we're going, right? So this future backwards look, which I'd ask you to think carefully about whether you're doing it, is an important tool. We're given, as humans, the power of imagination so that we can actually simulate alternative realities. Entrepreneurs are usually very good at that. A business plan is just basically a science fiction story describing something that doesn't yet exist, that motivates people who want to see it exist to give you some money, and then you go to work to make it real. That starts with an imagined destination, right? If the destination is profitable, you'll get even more money. If the destination is proximal, even more money. That's all it is. So as an entrepreneur, you need to allow yourself not to kind of say, well, I really don't know what it's going to look like 2-3 years from now, but I know I can do this first step. Particularly because that first step, in any direction you go, is going to be super crowded. Everybody else can also take that first step. But if you're motivated by conviction of where you want to end up, this is what this is all based on, you get a different journey. So I realized that I don't know how much time I have, actually. I'm supposed to have 30 minutes, but I don't have a clock. So somebody can tell me. All right, so 10 minutes. I'm gonna really skip ahead. I'm gonna skip ahead. Look, anybody who's interested in this stuff, this is a little bit beyond the pale here, I'm going to skip. Let me just go to a couple of other things. So just to give you a sense, if you do this in a systematic way long enough, and we've done this for quite a while, you can build an ecosystem. What's an ecosystem for us? It's not law firms and accounting firms and consultants who are helping us do what we do. It's actually the 48 companies that exist today, of the ones that we historically have worked on, that actually coexist and work as one broad, connected family. And if you look at that today, that's about 10,000 people, all in the Cambridge-Boston ecosystem. So everything we do is kind of a bicycle ride away from here, as is this place. So I didn't take the bicycle, but it's pretty damn close. You'll see the patents that come out of it. You'll see the capital flow. So this is a kind of, think of this as a network of insurgents as opposed to an incumbent. If we were one company, we'd be an incumbent. That would be the curse for me. I'd be long retired if I ever was doing something that an incumbent does. But a network of insurgents is a pretty cool thing for an entrepreneur to be part of, because you get the benefit of the network, of an alliance, but not the deficit of a central command and control that says you will do this. And that's the very big difference. So keep that image in mind. I want to switch to talk about some mindsets for the rest of my time, again, which will look like it's coming from some alien place, and it is kind of, because that's where we travel. But if any of this interests you, you can research it more. We've written about this, we've published articles, etc. So the first thing I want to just kind of taunt you with, if I can use that, or provoke you with, is asking this question, which is, why do we expect extraordinary outcomes from reasonable people doing reasonable things? And before you say we don't, the answer is then, what's due diligence? What's asking key opinion leaders what they think about whether something's likely to work or not? If it's completely likely to work, then why would you expect extraordinary outcomes? Now, you might be sitting there going, yeah, but once in a while, you might get an extraordinary outcome from a totally reasonable thing being done. That's true. That's called the lottery, and there's a lot easier way of doing that. But the notion that you would dedicate your life and your career to playing the lottery in the form of entrepreneurship with unsuspecting people's money and unsuspecting people's careers, I'm saying this 38 years into my journey, I kind of abandoned that a long time ago. There's nothing I hate more about the entrepreneurial culture than the version that just try anything, something will work. This kind of spray and pray that was popular, especially in the West Coast kind of community of massive software-based entrepreneurs. We've done a phenomenal job changing the world. It's a brutal way for the people who fail. Just go look in nature. All the extinct species don't get to talk on the podium like this, but they don't think it's a very fair thing. And that's what startups are, if you just let it be a game. Instead, I would argue that if you truly are looking for extraordinary outcomes, you have to make some accommodation for unreasonable people acting unreasonably for some of the time. And so the question as an investor is, how do you get comfortable with that? Most often the answer is you can't. So we've tried to create an environment within unreasonable people can do unreasonable things for a while. And what are some of the kind of core tenets of how we think about this? I mentioned already, start by being unreasonable. I'm going to tell you emphatically, it's going to sound like I know something. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just telling you what I've observed, okay? What I've observed is that if all you're doing is being reasonable, you should expect a lot of competition, because that's what everybody else is being. So you have a choice to make. You either go out on your own and say and argue for something unreasonable, and then be the only one if you actually prevail. That's even more survivalist. That's even more kind of relentless pursuit. Or you can wash down what you're saying to a place where everybody thinks it's going to work, and then you have to ask the question, why should yours work competitively to others? And before you say you're smarter, you work harder, you're faster, you're better connected, and you could do that in a local way, but I think the kind of things we're talking about, you have to kind of think that through. The other thing is you have to therefore get away from simply aiming at adjacent ideas, because adjacent ideas, which is the way innovation usually happens, have the problem of the advantage of being reasonable. All right, I'm getting signs in the back, but also this trap. So let me skip ahead. I'm going to go fast. No, that's fine. No, you probably have time limits. I don't want to erode too much of your time.
No, I can
okay.
wait off my page.
No, it's okay.
Will be happy.
Okay. Well, I learned all this from Fiona long before she was a dame or a professor. We knew, so I'm kidding you. So look, I'm gonna let me make some noteworthy things that you might not otherwise hear. So I want to tell you a little bit about uncertainty and risk. just for you to take away and think about. So I lived most of my life like you, being told about risk and risk mitigation and sources of this, that. We learn all about that. And if you really look into it, you'll realize that risk is essentially based on the probability, likelihood of an outcome. High risk means low likelihood of a good outcome. Low risk means high likelihood of a good outcome. That's risk. But what about if you can't estimate the likelihood of the outcome? What's that called? In everyday language, that's called really high risk. But that's a mistake, in my view. Unknown probability of outcome should be called uncertainty. And uncertainty is a completely different thing. Our experience, our beliefs, certainly investors on Wall Street, believe that uncertainty is the highest form of risk. Uncertainty is the most crippling to their decision making because they insist on knowing risk. It's not the highest form of risk. Why? We can do the mental experiment. Take something that is just come out today, the GPT-4o, reasoning, DeepSeek, whatever, right? Go back 3 years. What was the probability that would come out? And before you tell yourself, well, 70%, 50%, I would argue it was completely unknowable, as were LLMs, as were kind of chess playing software 10 years ago that completely crushed all humans, completely uncertain. And yet, they became real. When they become real, what does that tell you about the estimation capability of humans about risk? Answer, it was inapplicable. It was just uncertainty. So what you need to do with uncertainty is actually do the experiment to see if you can resolve the uncertainty. When the pandemic hit, we faced uncertainty. We didn't face known risks. Everybody got on the TV, said you can't develop a vaccine for 5 years, you can't this, you can't that. They were all wrong. Why? Because they made a mistake thinking that something you don't understand is extremely risky. It might be extremely risky. It might also not be very risky. Just do the experiment. So that mindset is something that this is kind of shown here in a simple diagram. The point is that if you're in the risk spectrum, risk and uncertainty, in my view, are completely different concepts. And so if you believe that, going up this scale on risk are ideas that are adjacent, but that are the furthest away from reality. That's where the big value pools are, the big circles. Why? Because everybody else took the lower ones. They didn't leave them for you. It's by definition, low-hanging fruit. But if you go to the right, which is an uncertainty, that is kind of how much scientific uncertainty or flat-out market uncertainty or just future uncertainty. Nowadays, macro uncertainty, tariff uncertainty, every uncertainty. Then on the right side, you'll notice that there's big green bubbles shown here illustratively that are very big and very low on the risk scale. It's just that they're not accessible because they're hiding within this cloud of uncertainty. And what you need to do, and what we do kind of professionally, is make sure you choose the right experiments where you can, the right approach to resolve the uncertainty. And then if you're really clever, you'll just pick off the high value, low risk opportunities that you now are the first to witness. So when you were taught in economics, and forgive me because I wasn't taught economics, that's why I can say these things very happily. When you're taught in economics that there is no such thing as high risk, low return, or low risk, it correlates, risk and return, efficient frontiers, all based on an equilibrium assumption. You can throw an equilibrium assumption out the window when you're dealing with uncertainty. And so the notion that you can take advantage of all the things you learn, which is surely I have to take higher risk to get higher return, no, you can take uncertainty and do something different. So that's something that I want to leave you with. You would not probably hear other places. The other thing that I will spare you, but just, I heard the word hope this morning. It was very inspiring comments in the beginning. I'll tell you the version of that I use is the word faith. So I think that all leaps, all what ifs, all pioneering, all bold things start with faith. And what's faith? I'm not talking about religious faith. I'm talking about just the word faith. Faith means belief without facts. In science, we're taught to only believe things for which we have facts. But if you limit yourself to science and that dogma, you'll only work on the most adjacent things that you should still believe with a little bit more kind of speculation. But if you allow yourself for a period of time to operate based on faith, that is the belief without facts, but then, unlike the religious version of it, try to establish facts that support what your belief is, then what happens? You no longer need faith. It's just called science. So say it another way. Take the word science fiction, and then do the experiments needed to take the fiction out. What are you left with? Science. But you're not allowed, including at MIT or Harvard or anywhere, to do science this way. You can only use micro fiction and macro science. I would argue that if you really want to make breakthroughs, you should allow yourself, if you can get the right supporting environment, to initially at least use your imagination to say, well, what if this? And I'll conclude kind of by jumping a little bit ahead. There's a whole bunch of, so those of you who want to take a picture can do this. This is like my life learning in one slide, which is it's all about balance. When you're dealing in complete unknowns, you really want to think about opposites and embrace them both. So when you come to a fork in the road, take it, right? Don't choose between the two, keep both options. For example, you want to be a survivor? If you said to yourself, are the best survivors the most successful entrepreneurs? My answer to that is no. The best survivors have the necessary qualifications, but not sufficient. Because what it takes to thrive is not just to survive. You have to do a different set of things to thrive. And so mistaking the two, just saying if I'm a super survivor, surely I'm going to be Elon Musk, not true. But an Elon Musk has always gone through multiple survival stints. And so that duality, your ability I'll go to the very bottom one, paranoia and optimism. I used to get, when I first was asked to teach at MIT in 2000, they said, like, what will you try to impart? And I said, the mindset that I had learned as a mere engineer who did not delve into any of these subjects is that if you want to do things that have never been done before, persistently, you absolutely need to be an optimist. But you need to also be super paranoid. What does that mean? It's a really tortured state, by the way. Because what happens is that your optimism is kept in check by your paranoia, where you question yourself. The minute you start acting on it, you go, whoa, wait a minute, do I have all the facts? What else? But if you become paranoid and only paranoid, then you become depressed. That's a clinical condition. You don't want to go there. Your optimism saves you from your paranoia. And that duality, I try to find a better way to describe it, that duality, also the duality between urgency and patience. These two things shouldn't go together. If you cannot deal with patience in a startup setting, you're not going to succeed. On the other hand, if you don't bring urgency to what you're doing, you're not going to succeed. How could that be? That's what this space is all about. All right. I was going to end with just a couple of last comments about Moderna since it was brought up. So Moderna was our 18th company. We number our companies, so we have like 110, 13 now. But LS18 was Moderna. That's how it was born. We birthed these companies through the indignity of not having a name because we reserved the right not to continue them. And it turns out one thing I learned 25 years ago is that if you name something, then it kind of wants to exist forever. But nobody goes home and tells their partner or their spouse that they're no longer working on LS18. You know, that's not something you do. But if you called it Phoenix, all of a sudden, oh my God, you shut down Phoenix. So don't name it for the first period of time. Don't go into this like celebratory, print a business card, come up with a name. That's all cute. If you want to do this professionally, just give yourself the right to question and iterate, and until you kind of say, okay, I need to deal with the outside world. Then you don't want to go tell people I'm raising money for LS18. That's for sure. So this was started by a what if. We asked the question, what if you could inject the molecule in the body and have the body make anything you want? Predicated on the notion that the code basis of life should work. So if you just give it a molecule of code, you should be able to use the body to make it. This was in 2010. A lot of academic work had gone on before with mRNA and had summarily ultimately failed to be translated. Why? Because if you stick a piece of mRNA in the body, the innate immune system goes crazy. Why? Because it thinks it's a virus. How do you all know that? You all knew that, you just didn't realize it. Because all the coronavirus is a piece of RNA. Coronavirus is, ironically, an RNA virus. It's not even a DNA virus. It's an RNA virus, and when an RNA virus enters your body, you better hope your immune system is going to go crazy. And that's what an infection of coronavirus does to you, is that the RNA gets into your cell and tries to make more copies of itself, and the cells go, whoa, this is an infection, and they go crazy. So if you're going to use that as a therapeutic or as a vaccine, it better not have the same effect. So we had to work on overcoming that and many other scientific challenges, but that's where we started, the real what if. We did not start with just picking mRNA, but we started with a big, broad, what if you could use the human subject, the patient, to make any drug that you want? Now, 14 years later, this was even more impressive, 5 years ago, where we were kind of sort of half about this much, we have 43 drugs, 20 vaccines, 3 that are approved or almost approved, and several more that will be. 10 altogether will be approved, we think, over the next 4 years, all based on this platform for totally different uses. What was interesting is people didn't really know anything about the company because we were a private company, recently public in 2020, when COVID hit. And so this is the basic idea that Moderna had developed. Now, those of you who are working in different parts of the world will absolutely hate what I'm about to say, which is that in this country, there is the capital flow needed to do what we did, which was that we had spent $2.5 billion developing this platform before COVID showed up. See, the newspapers and everybody else covered this like some unknown technology that suddenly was being rushed into its existence based on COVID. And the reality is that our COVID vaccine was our 10th vaccine that we put into humans. Our 10th vaccine we put into humans. In the middle of the pandemic, people didn't want to talk about that because they realized that the 10th one may not work. All other 9 in first phase human trials had showed very strong immune response. So we were not as concerned about whether we're going to be able to do this. We were concerned about something totally different that people didn't talk about. Thank God, because that would have scared the hell out of us. It scared us to death. And that is, we had made about 1,000 doses of anything with mRNA. All the vaccines we'd worked on, the current trials we were doing, about 1,000 batches. Well, we needed to make 1 billion doses if this worked. And how you go from making 1,000 of something to 1 billion of something was much bigger feat. Ironically, not a scientific feat, not even a big engineering feat, but an industrial, organizational workflow, and then you have to make sure it's safe. So we needed to test it in 30,000 people to statistically show that this is safe enough to be used broadly. We did both of those things. It took the time that it took, which is 4 or 5 months. And so the question, so I'm going to go ahead here. This was the journey, a lot of interesting private-public partnerships of the sort that I only wish everybody would copy, but it's been completely buried under the sand because everybody wants to forget what happened, and it's very political. This is a kind of an eye-popping chart for me, right? This is the progress in human science. What you're looking at in each row is when the virus was identified for each disease and when a vaccine was available. And the check marks are the vaccines that we actually have, right? So you'll see some 100 years later had a vaccine, some have gone 100 years with no vaccine, and then that one line second to the last. See RSV, which is the most recent new vaccine that's been approved. The virus has been known for several decades. That little line was something different, and I would argue, coming back to the beginning, that it had everything to do with the fact that we had developed a code-based technology, which is the sort that now with AI is going to be replicated over and over. We're no longer going to be dealing with the kind of hand-based kind of human artisanal thing. Let me end on this slide. I know I've told you a lot and your head's spinning, but it'll all become clear when Fiona is going to put it all in context. So that's the challenge for you. But I get to dance around, so forgive me. So I want to end on this. I started out by saying, why do you expect reasonable people doing reasonable things to be extraordinary? The quote that I often get some of my own kind of insurance with an E, kind of like feeling like, okay, we're not totally off, is this, which is from the writer George Bernard Shaw. It says, imagination is the beginning of creation. You imagine what you desire, you will what you imagine, and at last you create what you will. That's what all of you are doing. You should imagine a little more than something incremental. You should have a lot of confidence in your ability to do that, and your immigrant journey, your dislocation, inspiration, or the difficulties you face should motivate you to do that, because everybody who's done it actually subscribes to this notion. Everybody who doesn't believe in it. I think you should be in the former group. Thanks for giving me your attention.
All right, thank you so much, Nubar, once again. So, are we ready for the dame? So it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Dame Fiona Murray. And her role today is to really go deep into the theme of this conference, which is what are the building blocks required to create thriving innovation ecosystems, which is really her life's work. we're really late, so I don't have time to say all the things that I would love to say about Fiona, but I will say a couple things, because I think her career, having spent her career thinking about innovation ecosystems and then taking it to the rest of the world, I think has really had an influence on the center and the direction that it's going. And we're very grateful for that. But I want to encourage all of you to really listen, because what she will lay out in her remarks will also be the building blocks of every other session that you're going to hear throughout this conference, whether it be in this main hall or in the side sessions and the deeper conversations that you will have. So it's my great honor to welcome Professor Dame Fiona Murray, who is the Associate Dean of Innovation at the Sloan School of Management and Faculty Director of our center.
All right, thank you, everybody. Now, I am normally used to seeing a timer here in front of me, and I don't see that timer, and that makes me think that you want me here all day. Oh, 10-minute warning already? No, okay, all right. So first, let me just say thank you. Thank you to Dina. Thank you to Rani. Thank you to the whole team. I mean, really, it's an absolute pleasure to work with all of you. And of course, this is a great day for celebration, and when your manifest accomplishments are sort of visible here in this room. But I also see you on every other day when there's not quite so much going on, when things are quite complicated, when we're trying to really create the center and support our students in all those ways possible. So I want to thank you for the work that you've done leading up to today, but also all those other days. Georgia, I want to thank you for your leadership of Sloan and the School of Management. We've really appreciated that deeply. And thank Nubar. I know he's just left. Nubar and I used to teach together, which, as you can probably imagine, was pretty extraordinary, and I learned a tremendous amount from that. But really, I do want to give a very special thanks to Sayuri and Craig. We so much appreciate your generosity, and I hope that you will know that by naming the centre, as opposed to us just giving it some sort of number, rather like Nubar's numbers, that sort of conveys a sense of commitment and of permanence. That doesn't mean that we're stuck in our ideas. It means that we have a permanent home, a community from which to generate new ideas. And so we are deeply, deeply grateful to you. And so I just want to add my thanks. One of the great privileges of being a professor, and of being a professor at MIT, of innovation and entrepreneurship for over 25 years, is teaching every generation of students and keeping in touch with them, particularly throughout their journeys as entrepreneurial leaders. And that is one of the things that makes my job particularly special. And I see many of you in this room, whether you have been MIT students, whether you're Harvard students who have bravely come down the river, as we call it, to take classes. I see some of you, and Dina, in fact, was one of those individuals, and Mo over there and others. That is a very special privilege to get to be part of your careers and part of your journey. But the other privilege that we have is the ability to sort of step back and to think and to lecture, to try to have thoughts, to put structure on words, on ideas, and on concepts, and then to share them. One of the dangers of asking people like me to do that thinking and to share it with you, is that it could take a really, really long time. And we've already been sitting for quite a long time. I am going to try and be brief. Some of these ideas are reasonably new, but it seems to me that my job today is to try and put a little structure on these words around prosperity through entrepreneurship and this new calculus. That, I think, is an idea that Dina and I have been talking about quite a lot. And at a time when I think the world is in conflict, we have some of the most significant challenges, whether they be around health and food, around energy, security and so on, and frankly, geopolitics are really roiling some very well-established expectations and norms. It seems to me that it's entrepreneurs that we turn to find the path forward, to lead the way. It's today's entrepreneurs, and many of you are in this room. It's those of you who are entrepreneurs who've become investors in the next generation, and I see some of you sitting here. It's those of you who have become ecosystem leaders, who are trying to lead the places, the communities, to institutionalize, to use one of Nubar's expressions. You are the people whose stories we want to listen to, the lessons that we want to learn, and you do provide hope, and there is faith, as Nubar also said. you are the people who see potential in uncertainty. And in a sense, the job of the centre is to try to really understand, if you like, the formula for prosperity through entrepreneurship. What is that going to look like in the growth markets that we know are so important? So what can we learn? How can we support that growth engine through innovation? And what is this new calculus for global prosperity? What do we really mean? And I've been trying to reflect on that as the centre has been going through this really wonderful sort of transition. I would also just say that I am at this age where I think I need reading glasses. I seem a little far away from my pieces of paper, so they neither work, I can't see when they're on, and I actually can't see my notes when they're off either. So I'm just going to kind of go backwards and forwards and hope for the best. So I think this question of what this calculus is takes on a really new significance in the current moment. I think the traditional patterns of aid and trade frankly have been completely abruptly and rather startlingly halted. I think the overall shape of growth has changed, and in fact has to change because of that. But rather than sort of lament that, I actually think it's a tremendous opportunity. I think the opportunity is clear. I think it's a moment for nations and for regions and places to shift from aid to agency. Now, what do I mean by that word agency? I think I mean autonomy, I mean sovereignty. These are difficult words, and we had some debate yesterday about which of those words. I had further debate with others on my VIP table. So the two of you ambassadors, former consul general and current ambassador, one likes the word sovereignty and the other doesn't. I think to be discussed. So I'm going to use the word agency. What I mean is making choices, taking control, understanding the direction of travel. But I think that there is a shift and there's a change in the calculus, and we have to build on what entrepreneurs have already shown us and what they've already known, right, which is agency, leadership, choice, partnerships are the path to prosperity, to job creation, and ultimately, I think, towards stability, security, and perhaps, we hope, towards peace. So how do we make that turn to sort of agency into a reality? This new calculus, I think, has three pieces to it. A kind of a what, a how, and a who. So the what, I think we need to go from lagging in growth markets to leading in innovation. Not in every element of innovation, but we need to pick and choose areas to lead, not simply to lag. Secondly, how? I think we need to go from a compliance checklist, this is how it's done mindset, to choices, making actual choices about the ways in which individuals in these places in the world want to pursue their path. And thirdly, the who. I think it needs to shift from a sort of model of patronage, and I say that with some humility as a British person, to partnership, to picking and choosing the partners, the communities with whom we wish to grow. And each of these, I think, is inspired by entrepreneurs that we work with at the centre every day, and frankly, by the political and policy leaders we engage with, we advise, and we learn from. So there's a role for everybody in this new calculus. So let me take each one sort of at a time. So first, from lagging to leading. I think now is the time to take the lead and to chart a course building on each nation's comparative advantage. I don't think that we have seen that conversation in many growth markets. We've often seen following, lagging, catching up, copying. Let's think about not simply following traditional advice, play catch up, but I believe that each region and nation actually has unique assets and unique experiences that need to be activated, and that there's a powerful role to invest in amplifying those things, and particularly to investing in science and technology as the foundations that will make a difference. And I don't mean spreading that science and technology sort of thinly across the surface where we do a tiny bit of everything, but actually leaning into a narrow and specific set of things that your country, your region can be uniquely good at. I think that we can learn from entrepreneurs about that. To give you just a few examples, we have been learning at the centre from one of our Foundry Fellows, like Ayo, who is the CEO of MetalX Commodities. A lot of the work that he's been doing is supporting small and medium-sized mines in critical minerals, but doing so with cutting-edge carbon capture technology as an offset, and also turning mining waste into bricks for affordable housing. There are ways in which we can use the most leading-edge technology and actually leapfrog the traditional technologies. This is not just for one country, it's for many. We see a company like Green Rebel in Indonesia which pioneers a platform for plant-based food, or in Malaysia, CarboGrow, spelt with a Q, in case you're interested, who are using nanomaterials for agricultural waste and amplifying photosynthesis. So there are many, many of these examples. These are pockets of examples, and I think we have to really think carefully. What can policymakers do? Their investment, especially in STEM education, and particularly in areas of deep technology and science and technology, I think is absolutely essential. Of course, that includes wise approaches to being good at particular areas of, say, artificial intelligence and machine learning, not sort of just superficially, but saying, where are we going to have depth of expertise? The digital economy is, of course, a powerful backbone, but deep tech, in the way that it supports our aspirations for energy storage, new agricultural processes, communications also matters, and I think should not be ignored. We need prioritization, though, and hard choices. That's hard to do. We, of course, need to support the investors making these kinds of investments. The government, the public-private partnerships are going to be key. So if lagging to leading is the first element of that calculus, the second, I think, is from compliance to choice. I don't think that today is the time to rely on external validation of traditional prescriptions. It's not a time for checklists, for saying, oh, well, the playbook, that's been provided by this multilateral organization tells us we have to do it this way. I think entrepreneurs remind us how to do things in new ways, not to believe the old incumbent assumptions, not to believe that they're correct. So we have to really start to make choices. And PESA, way back when, reminded us of how to bank, life bank challenges, paradigms of how to provide healthcare. Max, developed by our student Tayo, was new ways of bringing transportation, insurance, healthcare to the streets, the roads of Lagos. Tima Buja's Matura Agro, thinking about growing alfalfa, right, and keeping it in domestic markets, I think shifts the paradigm of food security. Why do we need to import food when we could actually generate agriculture for ourselves? So is there a job for policymakers in all this? I think the answer is absolutely yes. It's about making sure that old regulations don't stymie what entrepreneurs are trying to accomplish, making sure that we have regulations that are fit for purpose. Let's not just cut and paste from somebody else's manual. Let's make sure that we have the space, and also the space for risk capital. Let's think about when it is that we want the private sector to actually do things that perhaps traditionally we've thought that the public sector ought to do. We could do it in new ways. So we can go from compliance to choice about how we solve the problems that matter to us. The third piece, I think, is a shift to a new answer to the question, with whom? Who should we work with? Who should our partners be? And I think we need to move to partnership and away from the more traditional sort of forms of patronage. I think the traditional approaches often assumed that in growth markets, the right partner was a particular aid organization, a particular multilateral, a particular country. It was often a north-south sort of structure of partnerships, orchestrated top-down or orchestrated north to south. What if the calculus really says, let's pick the partners. Let's think about the new coalitions, the new countries that we want to work together with. Let's think about how to do that differently. Let's pick partners with complementary expertise, with complementary sources of advantage. Now, we can only do that if we're actually good at something as a country. We've got to get good at certain things. We've got to lean into our advantages to actually leapfrog and lead in certain things so that we can show up in those partnerships with something to bring to the table, with our own leading innovations, with our own domestic advantages. And those give us the strong foundations for strong, I think, and more meaningful partnerships. It's also a chance, I think, to build regional supply chains. I think that's extraordinarily important. And integrated shared markets, whether it be across Africa, Southeast Asia, Latin America. If you look at trade flows, and we know that they're changing literally on a day-by-day basis, what would it look like if we had more integrated markets that are configured in completely new ways? Is there a role for policy in that? Absolutely. Who chooses which tables we sit at? It's often leaders and policymakers. But I hope that entrepreneurs lead the way in shaping those conversations. Whether it be how we expand across Africa, or a company like Afrique who are expanding their mobile money across the continent, different pathways of expansion and growth, I think, should set the calculus. And so with that, let me just say, if I want to put this all together, I think for leaders in government, this is going to mean making some pretty hard choices and some hard decisions. I think the agenda is clear, but it's about prioritizing where to lead and how to invest, particularly in innovation and the foundations of innovation. It means creating regulations that allow for new approaches and rejecting a kind of compliance mindset towards one that gives us a choice of how we pursue the problems that matter to us. And I think especially it means stepping up to shape new kinds of partnerships. And I hope that discussions, even in this room, are going to help us with that. And lastly, perhaps the hard to talk about stuff, which is those key building blocks. We will hear about these today, and some of those are easy to describe: the infrastructure of energy and education, the digital backbone. But they are also the institutional building blocks that my colleague Simon Johnson, who you heard from, and he and his Nobel Prize-winning compatriot Daron Nasrallah talk about as the institutions that are the foundations for inclusive growth. And that is all about lowering corruption, increasing transparency, enabling rule of law. For the new economic calculus to really work, the calculus of prosperity, I think we have to do the work on the foundations, albeit that I think is challenging and difficult to do. But in the end, it strikes me that it's the entrepreneurs who've led our center towards our mission of prosperity through entrepreneurship. And it is also they who I think are pointing the way in this shift from aid to agency. And our job at the center is to support them throughout that journey and to support all the key stakeholders who are really focused on this kind of calculus of growth, and to really refine what we mean and to give the best advice we can, but continue to be humble in learning each and every day. Because I think that it's the success of all of you as entrepreneurs and the supporters and the policymakers who lead the way that's more than a story of just wealth creation. I think it's a story of stability, security, and ultimately peace that I think comes from a sort of a whole of society opportunity to participate in that calculus of growth. And so I'm looking forward to learning from all of you today and tomorrow, because I think, Donovan reminded us at the beginning, each of you hold your country in your hands with pride. And we are all so much looking forward to learning from everybody and creating this new calculus, not just as a theory, but also in action. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Rania asked me to introduce our next speaker. The title of his speech is Innovation Will Set You Free. Now, Dr. Adam Sharawi is the managing partner of Material Impact. He's also the co-founder. He's also been an entrepreneur. He's worked in big Fortune 500 companies. He's also investing in many of those who Nubar talked about are pioneering. But I don't know Adam as a scientist. I don't know him as the managing partner of Material Impact. I know him as a good friend, a brother. I know him as an amazing father of 3 and an incredible husband. And it's such a wonderful honor to introduce Dr. Adam Sharawi to the stage, who's also a Business Circle member of our advisory board at the center, an amazing supporter of our work, an incredible supporter of taking deep tech to other parts of the world, starting with Africa. So Adam, welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Dina, for that wonderful and kind introduction. Learned a lot today already. And one of the things I'm thinking about doing is changing my name to MI1, just in case what I'm doing doesn't work out, just to make sure. Do I have a slide clicker here? Maybe you can advance to the next slide if I could. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Excellent. So, the theme of this whole meeting really revolves around growth markets. That's the more optimistic term for what used to be called the emerging markets, what is now more pointedly called the global south, and sometimes with just a little air of arrogance, as if the global south is just a tad beneath. So here's the global south, comprising roughly 77 to 134 countries, depending on your definition. And from space, there is no up and down. To an observer on the moon, we could just as well see it from this perspective. All of a sudden, it's the global north. Problem solved. But amusement aside, how do the growth markets emerge? Emerge from being swept into a generalized label, the global south. For the most part, a common thread of the countries that comprise this part of the world is that they've been subject to some sort of colonization. Well, it's not a stretch to conjecture that innovation can lead to economic prosperity, which can lead to independence and sovereignty, freedom from the shackles of colonialism. And so one argument, which is a reasonable one, in this case, at a time of a new industrial revolution, IR4, powered in part by artificial intelligence, this is a great time for these growth markets to adopt AI and fintech and other types of technologies and leapfrog and narrow this divide. However, I think we need to be a little bit more thoughtful than that. While the past era of traditional colonialism was done through physical exploitation of resources, we are now entering an era of algorithmic colonialism. Leveraging AI, algorithms in ways that can help perpetuate the control of markets and resources in the global south. Now, this is being done in several ways. First, things needed to support AI, whether it be data processing or resource mining to enable electrification infrastructure, et cetera, often leverage low-cost labor, sometimes even child labor, in the global south. Second, algorithms developed outside of the region and powered by data from the established markets are not relevant and could actually be downright erroneous for the growth markets. A typical, garbage in, garbage out phenomenon, or in this case, irrelevant in, irrelevant out. And if we're not careful, this promotes by default a utilitarianism that does not represent minority groups. And here, minorities are not defined by their numbers, because in the growth markets, they're not minorities, but they're defined by how unincluded they have been in those numbers. So, to all the entrepreneurs, investors, and government stakeholders in this room, I'd like to give you the following 3 thoughts, not as an info session, but as a call to action. First, do not follow the herd. Do not copy what you see from the established markets or the global north because it seems glamorous. The needs of your people, your societies, and therefore your markets are unique and require deliberately specific solutions. If you try to implement other geographies' general solutions, you become who you are not, and that is the surest and fastest way to followership. Leverage what is needed from other markets, that's fine. Whether it comes in the form of certain scientific and engineering advancements that are in the public domain, certain technology components, certain learnings from successes and failures, that's fine. Leverage those. But tailor your solutions to the uniqueness of the problems in your locale. Second, there are many different kinds of innovation. Technology is just one source of innovation. Innovate technology with a sense of purpose. Do not just solve general problems, but rather specific pain points, and especially starting in your geographies. Now, an example is a Kenyan researcher who developed a learning model to fight disease in the cassava plant. It's a starchy root vegetable that grows in many of the countries of the growth markets to the tune of 300 million tons per year. That is unlikely a problem that has been given much focus in the established markets, but is very consequential to the growth markets. So embrace the mindset of locally sourced technologies developed for your societies, by your societies. Sales and service models are just as important as technology models, just as important being sources of innovation. How you provide a product to the market requires innovation, and the same tailored approach as technology innovation. And then social innovation. Now, this one requires some attention. What is social innovation? Simply put, it's the implementation of solutions that may come in the form of products or processes, but that enhance the welfare of not just the individual consumer, but the entire surrounding community. Now think about that. When farmers harvest crops from the land, they invest the entire off-season feeding and nurturing the soil that gives them the annuity of the abundance the following year. So ask yourself, how can you reinvest in your soil? How can you reinvest in your ecosystem that will be the milieu upon which your successful business will continue to thrive? Which is a great transition to the third challenge. Now, I don't have data to back this up, but I would postulate that there's always more value in the creation of new markets than in the capture of current ones. Think bigger than share of wallet. Think creation of wallet. Invest in the longer-term sustenance of the product, the service that you're bringing to market by collaborating with like businesses instead of, just competing with those businesses, by being inclusive of all stakeholders instead of just your payers, by creating new markets through partnerships, as Fiona mentioned, and joint ventures where 1 + 1 is greater than 2, breaking the zero-sum game mentality. Create models of open source innovation. Once you create the box in which you're thinking, break it and think outside of it. The kind of work being done here by Dina and the entire center is critical for helping the growth markets leverage this critical time and this opportunity to break out from living the self-fulfilling prophecy of the global South. It is time to break outside that label. Don't underestimate your respective contributions in doing so. And with that mindset, along with a dash of perseverance, you may just find yourself helping shape a new world order. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Professor Fiona. Okay. Hello again, everybody. So I am now introducing the first panel of the day, how entrepreneurship can change the African narrative, growth markets as drivers of global innovation. At the MIT Co-Sharper Center, we believe that the world's next wave of innovation will emerge from the creativity, resilience, and ingenuity found in global growth markets. Nowhere is this more evident than in Africa, a continent often spoken about in terms of need, but rarely in terms of potential. This panel invites us to flip that script. So get ready to be bedazzled. Moderating this powerful conversation is our executive director, Dina Sharif, and joining her are Mr. Ndaba Khualate, the Vice President of the Republic of Botswana, His Excellency Ambassador Philip Thigo, Special Envoy on Technology from the Office of the President of Kenya, Dr. Abla Abdel Latif, Executive Director at the Egyptian Center for Economic Studies and Senior Economic Advisor to the President of Egypt. Haytham El-Mayerji, Executive Vice President at Afri-Exim Bank, Dr. Lydia Bousir, founder and CEO of 8B Education, Ayo Sopitan, founder and CEO of Metallics Commodities and a current Foundry Fellow, and Ines Elamin, co-founder of Prodigia, an R&D chemist and current Foundry Fellow. Very big panel, but very powerful. Please join me in welcoming them to stage.
We're going to be precise and concise. There you go. All right. Is this mic working? I think it is. Fantastic.
Mix it a bit.
Wonderful. Come sit next to me, Dr. Abla. Please. Ines, we don't want...
Hello, hi.
All right. The mics are not working now. Okay, all right. Welcome, everybody. This is a very big panel. We're a little bit behind schedule, and so this incredible panel of seven amazing, amazing people, we are going to prove that we as Africans are going to be concise and precise, and we will end early. Deal? All right, fantastic. Lydia, you look gorgeous as always. All right, I'm going to start with the Honorable Vice President of Botswana, Mr. Ndaba Khualate. I'm starting to like, I'm getting the hang of it, right? I think it's working. I want to start with a very core question. Everybody knows that, or a lot of people know that last year we signed this historic agreement with the government of Botswana, and that agreement had kind of two purposes. The government of Botswana wanted to invest in its future, with MIT partnering to help the country transition to a knowledge economy, but also to work with Botswana to better integrate Botswana into the rest of the continent. Now, we know that in Africa, the continent is highly fragmented, and that is a result of reasons related to colonization. Now, I'd love for you to share with the room, why is this project so important, and why do you think it's important for the rest of Africa to follow suit and invest in a rapid transition to a knowledge economy and a deeper integration with the rest of the countries in Africa? Over to you.
Well, good morning, Dina. Where I come from, when you don't know the protocol, you actually say protocol observed. So I am not going to promise to be precise.
Oh, you promise to be concise?
Because where I'm from, again, we communicate through stories. So stories are not precise. First, let me say that Botswana is a miracle in motion. It's a miracle in motion in that when we secured our independence in 1966, we were one of the poorest countries in the world. And over a period of within about 3 or 4 decades, Botswana became one of the most successful countries. on the African continent at least. But we have had a moment of momentary lapse.
Yeah.
And there is a yearning now in Botswana for our next push. And maybe I want to break it up into 4 perspectives. We believe that as a nation, the first thing that we need to get right is our vision. We have to continually be refining our vision, being clear about our vision and who we want to be and where we want to get. The second is that it doesn't matter how clear our vision is if we do not build the knowledge, if we do not cultivate an ecosystem, an environment where knowledge is built and nourished and cultivated, we cannot move to the next level. The third is that it doesn't matter how clear your vision is and how deep your knowledge is, if you do not have the character, if you do not have the discipline, if you do not have the integrity, if you do not have the honesty, if you do not have the adaptability, the tenacity, then the vision and the knowledge do not matter. But then again, no matter how clear your vision is and how deep your knowledge and how solid your character, if you do not have a sense of community, if you do not understand that you are what you are because of the community, we know and we understand that we are a small country and we can never succeed without partnerships. We have actually stepped backwards and asked ourselves, what are the things that we are looking for in partnerships as a country and as companies and as communities? And we have distilled it into 4 parts. We say that we are looking for partners who want to be in it for the long term, who want to journey this path that we are in and are not in it for the quick buck. The second is that we are looking for partners with the type of insights and experiences that we don't have, but which insights and experiences add to our journey, add to where we're going. Third is we're looking for partners with deep pockets, with resources, human capital. And lastly, we're looking for partners who want to be associated with who we are, who want to be associated with our beautiful songs, our beautiful poetry, who want to be associated with our breathtaking Okavango, our gray-headed and white-headed herons and egrets, who want to be associated with our golden sunsets and sunrises, who want to be associated with our savanna lands, with our zebra, with our lions, with our warmth, with our humanity, with who we are. So that should give you a picture of who we are and where we want to go. And this partnership is about creating ecosystems that nourish our knowledge base, ecosystems that help bring out the best out of our people, ecosystems that help us build institutions, ecosystems that refine all these 4 things that I believe you need to succeed, which is the vision, the knowledge, the character, and the sense of community.
Amazing. I'm sure many people in this room, my mic is not working. Oh, there it is. I'm sure many people in this room probably want to visit Botswana now. Now, I have one quick follow-up. What is the one thing that you wish people knew about Africa and that Africa has to teach the rest of the world?
Well, I think who we are as as Africans is that anyone that rises, we rise with them, and anyone that falls, we fall with them. We are what we are because of our mother's prayers or the neighbor's hopes or our faith, our humanity. We call it Ubuntu. Our success, individual success, is rooted on the success of the entire community. So this is something that seems to be forgotten.
Yeah.
But I think Africa gives us this sense of belonging, that to whom much is given, much is expected. And it's such a privilege to be here at MIT, to be among an extraordinary community of talented human beings. And I hope that this talent realizes that with much that we are given, much is expected.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Okay, now Ayo. You ready?
Yes.
Always ready, right? Is your mic working?
I think so.
Yes, I think it is. Okay, now Ayo.
Yes.
Ayo is a Foundry Fellow, and we're very proud to have him as a Foundry Fellow. So Ayo, your company, you have this vision that the mining and minerals industry needs to be decolonized and localized. And this can be thought of in many other sectors in Africa. I want you to share with everyone what this means and why it's so important for us to think about the decolonization of our economies and what you wish people really understood about Africa.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know if my mic is working.
Your mic is not working.
I will start talking and hope that...
It's not working yet.
It is on, but...
Do we have a handheld mic that could help support? There you go. All right, now you need to be concise and precise.
I'll do my best. So there are many different angles I could take that question, but the way that I choose to take it is the idea that the resource extraction industry in Africa has been zero-sum for a long time, forever, actually. So Africa, I read somewhere that people think of Africa as a bride every few cycles, and everyone...
I think you need to say that again very clearly and slowly.
Well, I read somewhere that people think of Africa as a bride every few cycles, and we're popular again. And the relationship between the world and Africa has been, we lose and they win, right? And I think that there's a way to set things up where it's win-win, right? So we can win, and the world that needs what we have can also win, right? And that's basically what we've been trying to do in our company, which I'll get to in a second. But I want to lean into the idea shared by Professor Murray earlier about agency, which is, I had a whole thing in my head, and then she said that. I'm like, that's actually a powerful way to think about what we're trying to do. And it's essentially saying, we know what we're doing, right? There's no competence problem in Africa. I mean, look around the room, right? I mean, there's a lot of impressive people doing impressive things. In our cohort of fellows, I'm deeply, deeply inspired by just meeting these people and sitting next to them and discussing their work. So there's no competence problem. We know what we're doing. So can we make a choice that's good for us, that's also good for whomever wants to get stuff from us? So briefly, what we're trying to do is to say, look, The world needs metals. So we run a copper and cobalt mine in northern Zambia. I'm Nigerian, born and raised, but I work in Zambia. I've worked in Mauritania and Morocco because, like, at the end of the day, it's one Africa, right? So the borders are fake. So we believe that the world needs these metals. We have these metals, and our goal is to extract in a way that that's truly additional to the community. So we are, first of all, trying to achieve carbon neutrality. So we're developing forestry projects that basically offset our emissions as a mining company. We're using our waste for affordable housing because there's so much to say there, but I'm not going to get into that because it wouldn't be concise. And at the end of the day, we're also making sure that we think community first and basically get away from this idea that impact and profit are opposite ideas, but to actually try to run our business in a way that keeps both ideas at the center, and and basically just demolish the idea that that the resource curse is a real thing. There are many countries in the world that have been resource driven that basically transcended that, and I think that we can do the same in Africa. I hope that's concise enough.
Yes. Thank you, Ayo. I want to switch to the amazing ambassador, Ambassador Philip Tigo. And I know, because we did a podcast together, I recommend that everybody listen to this podcast, that you're determined to end this legacy of colonialism and extraction in Africa that does somewhat remain with us, similar to what Ayo was talking about. But you're determined to do this through technology and through AI. And in our podcast, you also talked about this idea of technological sovereignty. Can you share with everybody why you're on this mission and why you're trying to rally so many people in Africa to embrace technology, and specifically artificial intelligence, as a way for us to end the extraction from the continent?
Thank you so much, Dina, and again, all protocols observed. Your Excellency, the Vice President and Minister of Finance. So I think, I mean, I've been challenged to actually, and even to think more. And to,
your mic needs...
okay. Maybe I need to bring it there.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm just saying I've been challenged greatly this morning, but also I think energized on this journey around the notion of sovereignty. And I think, and actually, as the Dean said, we're actually having this chat this morning, and I still insist that I think we need to reimagine and rethink sovereignty, because I think from three parts. One is mindset. And we know now that the continent's narrative has been shaped around scarcity, extraction, and exclusion. And there's always this narrative of leapfrogging or catching up. But I think from the speakers this morning, we still had that the first, second, and third industrial revolution was built on the back of Africans. Only that value was different. It was from our labor. It's still from our minerals. It's still from our brains, I think, when I look at the demography in this room. And so I think if we talk about sovereignty, it's not about being exclusion. It's not about creating another silo where we're saying that Africa will be another island that then will not work with everybody. So we need to rethink sovereignty in the era of interdependence, that we are independent yet interdependent. And so we have to collaborate in this notion of sovereignty, but it means that value must remain in the continent, and that we must build and we must be valorized. And as I said, somebody mentioned it this morning, we are not trying to seek validation. And I think I'm not in that mission of being validated. In the mission of saying that if we build on our backs for the first, second, and third industrial revolution, in the fourth one, we just do not want to be spectators. We do not just want to be users of technology. We need to be creators of technology, but also in a way that value remains in the continent, that builds prosperity. And I like your motto in this new center, right, around the calculus and the new calculus.
You like that, huh?
I love it.
The new calculus.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I'm African, so you see. See how it works. And I think so. If you talk about sovereignty, and sovereignty must then be reimagined in the sense of a new Pan-Africanism. Because the new Pan-Africanism, in the same inspiration where all our forefathers, our grandfathers 60, 70 years ago, thought about an independent Africa that is interconnected, an independent Africa that looks at emancipation, but also looks at the prosperity of each and every African. Then in this new imagination of technology and innovation, in this new technologically enhanced world, we must have the same mindset, and that we must break the traditional mind constructs and barriers around tribe, around language. And that is why I think what AI does, and I was mentioning to the dean, and unfortunately, if you're not African, I am sorry. I think AI is innately African. From the neural network, from how it thinks, from the collaborations, from the community, from the large language models. We have more languages than anybody else, apart from Asia. We have a conversation to have there. Thanks.
Asia's amazing. Yeah. Okay.
But
now,
they're from Africa, so it's okay.
We're all Africans here. We know 50% of the world's youth population is going to be African over the next decade. So, Dr. Abla, I want to bring this back to you because I've known you for a while. We're not going to say how long. And you and I, we've talked a lot about the prosperity of our country, Egypt. And in your conference last year, which I spoke about, you mentioned, and there are a number of people who talked about this, a change in the world economic order and the reshuffling of it in order for growth markets to reclaim their power and the agency over their own realities. What do you believe needs to change, and what is Egypt doing to bring this into a reality?
Thank you very much, Dina. Good morning, everyone. I have to start by thanking you for inviting me to this great event, and I congratulate you on the work of the center. All the talks in the morning were very inspiring.
Did you like A New Calculus for Prosperity?
Oh, yes. And I like the poetry and everything. It's really great. It's really great. Let me start by explaining why I feel very, very strongly about the change in the economic order. And I'm going to build quite a bit on the map, the turned upside map that Adam Sharawi just showed a while ago. I think that there is a difference between symptoms and core that we have to recognize. Everything that we are observing as problems in the global south, but I'm going to focus on Africa, but it applies everywhere else.
We don't use that word global south. We don't use the word global south.
Why? Why? Is it bad? It's bad? No, it's not bad. It's not bad. I'm not sure.
Okay, anyway. Keep going.
No. I'm talking in general. All right. The symptoms, whether we're talking poverty problems, whether we're talking all the negative impacts of the climate situation, the floods, the dryness, the debt, okay, everything that Africa is facing and many other countries, okay, are facing. These are all symptoms of the core problem, and the core problems that the voice of these countries is far too low. It's not loud enough, even though they have the majority of the people, okay? The wealth in the land and above the land is everywhere. The world economic order that we have is built on the system after the Second World War, and at the time, the division of power was completely different. This has changed completely. Okay, so you cannot have a system that's based on those powers run the show today. And we are seeing problems every day, every single day now, okay, and that actually supports that view, okay? And in order to take care of those symptoms, the world economic order needs to change, okay? Now, there are attempts that we are observing by the World Bank, by the IMF, to change themselves a little bit, to try and respond to the needs of the countries. I don't think that these efforts are leading anywhere, okay? It's more rhetoric than action, because they go against the rules of nature, okay? You cannot cut your own power in order to support the others, and this is exactly what is needed, okay? You're asking them to step back in order to support the others, give up some of their authority, which they are not going to do. It needs to be done by the growth, by the growth markets. It needs to be done by Africa itself, and the time is right. You said this today in the morning. The time is absolutely right. The G20, for example, took place for the first time in countries from the south. Okay, we've seen South Africa, okay, Brazil, India before. The African Union became a member in the G20. So the time is right, and there are very serious efforts in the African countries to move forward. Okay, and there is a lot of pressure bottom up, and I mean the entrepreneurship and the fact that the young people are there. Okay, but for this to go faster, for Africa to get what is rightfully hers, okay, there needs to be a serious change in the economic order, not just giving in or asking for support or shifting from aid to agency. All of this is nice, but what will make the difference is a louder voice and a big change.
Thank you. And what is Egypt doing in particular in this aspect?
Okay. Well, Egypt, first of all, we have to start forgetting the division of Africa as North Africa, Africa. I'm totally against this. Doesn't make any sense. This was created by when we were all colonized. And just a very, very small anecdotal thing. Here, when Egypt was occupied by Britain, it used to be one country, Egypt and Sudan. They built railways in Egypt and railways in Sudan, and they made sure that their specs are completely different so that they would never be connected. Okay? So I mean, so this division, okay, is a colonial division. We have to get rid of it. Yeah. Egypt is trying very hard. Egypt is part of BRICS, and BRICS is an arrangement that in a way is defying the world economic order, so this says something. Okay? We are trying to collaborate within Africa, encouraging investments. There are a lot of things that are happening in order to support Africa. Egypt is going through a difficult time now, as I'm sure you know, given being very close to the problems that are taking place in Gaza, and taking a very strong position in support of what is fair and what is right. So Egypt is extending its hand and wants the hand back of all Africans.
Thank you. I know that Dr. Lydia is sitting there nodding, but I want to move to Hytham. So Hytham, I want to bring this really to entrepreneurship and entrepreneurs. We have amazing entrepreneurs on the continent. As Ayu said, many of them are here in this room. But trade is really difficult. And the barriers that exist are preventing African entrepreneurs from actually scaling from one African country to another. Now, the Afri-Exim Bank was created for the purpose of removing these structural barriers and encouraging inter-African trade. But today, it is still more expensive for a Nigerian entrepreneur to scale or trade with Egypt than it is for them to trade with the United States. Well, maybe not for long, but anyway, you get my point.
Yeah.
So, from your perspective, what is the African Exim Bank doing to help entrepreneurs on the continent, many of whom are like our Foundry Fellows, actually really be able to scale on the continent as opposed to other parts of the world?
Thank you very much for this question. And Afri-Exim Bank is a multilateral owned by almost all African countries. 50 plus countries came together on this bank. And prosperity is very key for us. And we believe if we want to do prosperity, we have to create the infrastructure and the rails for entrepreneurship and innovation, and then let it thrive. The issues we're facing across Africa is unbelievable, and we took it one by one to make sure that we can trade with each other. You know, the free trade agreement, FCFTA, was done, but then people look at the neighboring country and say, how can I logistically deliver my goods there? It's easier for me to ship to France and France back. And then we started to invest in this. The difficult part was even the customs. It's impossible to get a truck to cross countries so that they can deliver the goods. And our dream was to make sure that we can move from Cape to Cairo with nothing to stop this journey. And this is where we created the custom bonds, where we guarantee for all countries, let the trucks move and we will carry any financial obligations. Some of the countries started to say, but if I start to do this free trade agreement, I'm losing because I'm buying more. We started to do compensation fund for them. We're trying to pave as many ways as possible. Then we hit a big wall in innovation and collaboration, which is payment. I cannot pay my neighboring country because they recognize my currency. I don't recognize their currency. And then we start to add a lot of innovation on intra-Africa payment settlements, which is PAPS. But then come the main rail that we added at the end, which is the innovation itself. We have a lot of entrepreneurs across the continent, especially in the digital space, that cannot really get their innovation across Africa. And this is where we created a mega platform called the Africa Trade Gateway. Basically, it's a big rail for all innovators around the continent to plug into so they can pay across Africa. They can identify counterparts to trade with. They actually can query information about their countries, how to make the best of their customs and the whole thing. And also they can even verify their identity to make sure that there's no fraud. It's a full comprehensive thing. And then if they can pay, now Egypt can buy from Kenya their tea in Egyptian pounds because now they can recognize each other local currency. It's a full comprehensive thing. And what we're doing now is we're encouraging innovation and entrepreneurs to sit onto those platforms and put their ideas. If you're innovating a payroll solution across Africa, be my guest. If you want to innovate a new fintech idea or a new agriculture idea, be my guest, because we have this infrastructure now that we worked really hard on to make sure that this difficult interaction in the continent is totally dissolving now. And it's a continuous fight, but I think we've gone a long way, and we have large number of now buyers and sellers, and in our innovation lab, large number of people with a dream to send their ideas around Africa is being incubated with us and plugged into the system. But still, we need all to push and fight, and we need all countries to adopt. We have different adoption from different countries. Some countries already signed to the exchange of goods and using local currencies, some are not. Some are still working with them on the customs. But overall, we have amazing progress across these unlocking of barriers across Africa.
Amazing, amazing. Okay, now Ines, I want to come to you. Also, in your gift bags, you have special, beautiful products from Ines's company. And I highly encourage you all to try out her products. I can't live without them anymore. It's been a huge contributor to good skin. Anyway, enough said. Now, I want to ask you, Ines, you come from Morocco, and if we go back in time and we think about Africa, pre-colonial times, we wouldn't have needed an Afri-Exim Bank because our trade routes were open and fluid, and there was no distinction between North and Sub-Saharan and these kind of divides that, as Dr. Abla said, were created on our behalf. Now, the question I have for you is, in today's context, why do you believe it's so crucial to revive these kind of open routes that we had pre-colonial times? And also, I want to ask you, reflecting on your experience with the Foundry Fellowship, what were some of your most important takeaways about what it means to be African?
Well, I'll start with your second question.
You're going to have to raise your voice, Ines. I know Ines is very graceful. Remove the grace.
So I'll start with your second question. I mean, this fellowship has been really important to me because it made me realize that I consider myself as an African, but not everyone consider me as an African. One of my latest experience was when I came here into the US and I had to fill a form about my ethnicity, and I didn't know what to check. I'm not Black African American, I'm not Latin, I'm not Native, I'm not Asian. So I'm not white. Where do I fit? So I feel like, you know, my story has been taken away from me and someone else decided that I was not African. So it is my role as a North African, as an African, to say it out loud. I consider myself first African. And as such, I would like to rewrite this story that was taken away from us about all this trade that was being done. And also Morocco's position throughout the continent being this hub between Europe and Africa. And at some point it went away because of all the barriers that were created and not by us. So, and I feel like us as entrepreneurs, we have a really, really important position within the continent to recreate those trade routes, to open up our countries, and to take the value that comes from our continent and to transform them and to add value to those raw materials and sell them as is. We have to recapture the value of our beauty.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Ines. Precise and concise. I love it. Now, Dr. Lydia. Now I'm going to give you the last question, and then I'm going to try to allow 2 questions from the audience. Okay. Now, Lydia, you and I have had many intense conversations about what it means to be African, what was important about our heritage before it was partially taken away from us and written by others. But also, we've also talked about the importance of entrepreneurship to shifting this narrative around Africa. Now, share with everybody your thoughts around why it's so important in this critical moment to really embrace entrepreneurship as a pathway to reclaiming our own narrative.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dina. Is this working?
I think it's working now.
Thank you. Thank you, Dina. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I run a fintech platform called HB Education Investments. And while that feels at first blush to be a technical solution to a market failure, because what we do is financing African students who want to study outside the continent but do not have either a scholarship that is full, or their household income is not sufficient, or the local banks cannot innovate and figure out how to underwrite the risk. And so we step in to facilitate that lending. And while it might initially appear to be an entrepreneurial identification of a market failure, it actually is a narrative shifting exercise. Why do I say that? We need to have the view of Africa shifted from the place where we are acted upon. So I'll mention the things that need to shift in ABC. A is agency that Dr. Fiona Murray mentioned. We are acted upon. We do not take the steps to figure out what it said. We're not taking the steps to figure out what needs to be changed and change it ourselves. Others are doing it for us. So that's the A, the agency. B is broken, needs to be fixed, and mostly by outsiders and not by us. And we need to change that by being in the rooms where the future is being built, where the tools for fixing and building are being created, so that we're not just the labelers of the data that goes into the large language models, but we're also the scientists in Silicon Valley and the other places that are setting what the new rules are. And then C is capacity, it is capital, it is all the things that we're seen to be lacking. So A, agency, B, broken, C, capacity, capital, all of the things that mean that we're dependent and that we need to go cap in hand to others in order to get the solutions that we have identified. Oh, actually, we haven't identified them. Others have identified for us in order to have them fixed. The way we are doing this at HB is saying we need Africans in global innovation ecosystems. We will not get there by sitting on the outside and saying, oh, you left us out. No, we need to be there. Now, this is just one lane. It is one lane that changes the story of Africa as being absent, as lacking in all of the ways that it's been identified as lacking, but it doesn't substitute for everything else that we need across the human capital building space. What we are focusing on at HB is how do we make sure that young Africa going forward, and Dina, you've mentioned the demographics, right? Demographics just are. How do we ensure that those demographics mean that young Africa can sit at the top of the human capital pyramid, in addition to being at the bottom where we are doing the back-breaking work and labeling the data and doing all of the other things that we have typically been thought of as doing. So again, to summarize, we're doing this work that is very tactical and very market failure fixing, but truly it is about narrative.
And where
shifting.
does 50 by 35 fit in?
Thank you for saying that. So 50 by 35 is an initiative that was launched by the Africa House at Davos this year. And the ambition of 50 by 35 is transforming Africa into the innovation backbone for the 21st century. It is recognizing that we have the numbers in the young people, but those young people won't magically fix the challenges in labor shortages in the global north. We need to make sure that those young people are trained adequately and are connected with those opportunities in the global labor market. And 50 by 35, the ambition is how do we mobilize $50 billion by 2035 towards that goal. Now that feels like a really large number, except it's not. If you think about how much Europe has put into retraining and reskilling and upskilling for the new economy, that number is a drop in the ocean. And what we are saying is, let's find ways of making visible what everybody is doing that is driving towards this new narrative where Africa is the innovation ecosystem for the 21st century, because we can. Let's bring visibility to it. Let's draw more attention to it. Let's draw more resources to it and make sure that we create this new story that we currently, we have the possibility to create.
Yes, we all agree. We're nodding. Yes, we agree. Do I have time to take questions from the audience? 3 minutes? Oh my goodness. I think I have time for one burning question. I'll say because Donovan said one. Is there a burning question from the audience? If there isn't, I'm going to ask one last question. Any burning? Or are you guys respecting time? Over there, okay. Can we get a mic over here? And please introduce yourself. One question, also precise and concise.
Of course. My name is Jariel. I'm a student at Babson College. My question is concerning some of the points that you all made in your presentations about the stigma of Africa as far as it not earning enough respect from other countries. Where do you find that the greatest challenge or even grappling might be with other countries coming in to utilize resources, innovations, or platforms that Africa is moving forward with currently?
Who is your question targeted to?
Targets anyone in the audience and anyone in the panel.
Anybody interested in taking on that question? Oh, Ambassador Philip, I knew it.
Well, I think, and I see it a lot, ultimately it's about power, right? And in the place of diplomacy, especially where I sit, it's unsettling. When a continent that has always been, poor, thought about being, all the negatives, all of a sudden rising and being the potential future of the world, right? 60% of all arable land is in the continent. Demography, median age of 19.7, more educated now than anything else, finally realizing their capabilities, but also democracy, right? Thriving the continent. So I think that is unsettling if you think about it. And that's what I realize is a great challenge, that all of a sudden, power, there's a power struggle, right? And so people worry about a continent that all of a sudden is coming into being.
Dr. Abla wants to add one additional thing.
I just want to add something small. The image of Africa, the hope, lies in the youth and the innovation and in the awareness that the world needs Africa now, actually, way more than we need them. We're the lungs of the world, all right? And so it's important to recognize that. One key message, we need to enable the young people in Africa. This is really critical. I remember during COP27 when it took place in Egypt, I had a bunch of webinars with Africans, and I had the one with the youth, and they said, just enable us, and we are going to correct the corruption in our governments. We are going to correct all the issues. Just enable us. Do not let us talk on the side in a parallel route of our own. Let us go on the mainstream and be part of what's happening. This is how we can enforce change.
So I want to share one last thing. You want to say something, Mr. Vice President? Yes, please do.
I think one of the things that we need to do is to remind the world of our history. When you look as far back as 4 BC, we had the Monomotapa Empire. And the Monomotapa Empire was actually a leader already in mining technology, in agricultural technology, in a lot of technologies. Africa now, when you look at whether it's plant life, the medicines, indigenous knowledge about medicines, it is all about returning and going back to who we used to be and bringing out the best in it. When you look at our trade routes, the infrastructure that is now broken, that links up Africa, we need to remind ourselves to that and say we need to create, we need to build the infrastructure. When you look at the leadership, the collective leadership, bringing out the best out of each other and realizing that everyone is equally important and that the power of the collective is greater than the sum of the individual. There's a lot in our history that is potent, that is beautiful, that is inspiring, that we have forgotten about. It's all about fanning the embers of the true us. And once we do that, and we have started to do it, certainly in Botswana, being the small country that we are, as I said when we started, I believe that we are a miracle in motion. And we believe Africa will catch on that fire, and Africa will begin to realize that Africa is that miracle in motion that is going to inspire the world, that is not competing with the world, that wants to bring out the best out of the world. That wants to show the world that is not about profiteering. It's about each one of us realizing our full potential as humanity, bringing out the best out of ourselves as the human family and human. So I am convinced, and I'm not even troubled about what people believe about us as Africa, because our story will tell itself, and it's only a question of time.
Yeah, amazing, wonderful. Now, I want to share one piece of information that I actually did not know, but that Salma shared with me over email this morning. And last year, I published a paper with a student fellow called "Entrepreneurship Will Change the Narrative of Africa." And I believe this wholeheartedly, and it's partially why we created the Foundry Fellowship, to share with the world that spirit of how entrepreneurs are already changing the narrative of Africa. And what I want to share is actually Africa now has the highest rate of entrepreneurship in the world. More than 1 in 5 working age African citizens have started a new business. And that to me is hope. And I want to thank each and every one of you, mainly for being precise and concise. No, but I want to thank each and every one of you, because if you're here on this stage, it's because we believe you're doing something extremely important to serve Africa, to serve our home, to serve where we come from, and to share the beauty of who we are with the rest of the world. So thank you, and I believe that I got us back on time. Yes, thank you very much. And so I want to say, anybody who thinks Africans are always late, we just proved you wrong.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I think we are supposed to take a group picture, so can we all rally really quick? Ines, come back. We're going to take a group picture real quick.
Thank you so much. That's great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Miss Andrea or Haitham, whoever is coming on board, we promise we are going to feed you and give you coffee and food immediately within the next maybe 12 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you to you.
Thank you.
Where are you from?
All right. Almost good afternoon. It's my pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker, Andrea Cates, entrepreneur in residence with the MIT Cool Sharper Center for Prosperity and Entrepreneurship. Andrea focuses on taking business from stuck to scale by addressing critical questions. How do we apply technology to leapfrog and accelerate growth? To introduce Andrea further, Andrea was the CEO for the Silicon Valley-based software platform that commercialized R&D for more than 13,000 teams in agritech, healthcare, fintech, manufacturing, and advanced technologies. She's led initiatives for Cisco, Ford, Fujitsu, Intel, Ruforum Africa, and Tata, and advised technology and innovation startups across 5 continents. Andrea is also spearheading our new webinar series and immersion workshops called Strategies for Scaling in Growth Markets, and her new book, From Stuck to Scale, diagnoses exactly what it takes to drive shared prosperity. After Andrea's keynote, Andrea will be just outside these doors behind you, signing books, signing her copies of her book, From Stuck to Scale. And just to let you know, the first 50 copies are for free. Don't run out just yet. And so I invite you to join Andrea after her speech for the book signing and, of course, lunch afterwards. Please join me in welcoming a very special member of our community, Andrea Cates.
Thank you. Thank you, Hytham. There was a moment where a small team walked into a room and learned something shocking. They learned that the leading cause of infant deaths was actually lack of access to an affordable incubator. That team found it completely unacceptable. And Jane Chen founded Embrace Global to change that narrative. And today, 700,000 babies later, lives have been changed because that moment was unacceptable to a small team. In this room, there is someone who was at this scene with me. When university administrators from all over Africa had a moment, they thought, is it really acceptable for there to be such a huge gap between the number of graduates that we have and the number of jobs available for these graduates? Maybe it's time to change our metric for success. 9 years ago, a small country, relatively 6 million people, decided that it was unacceptable for their citizens to be left behind with technology and with job opportunities. They thought, we're a small country. How could we create a global fintech ecosystem? How is that possible? And Thomas Krogh Jensen said, you know, we need to build a movement. And years later, they are now one of the leading fintech hubs in the world. A large chemical company was very committed to carbon reduction. And what they discovered in the laboratory was that the contribution that they were making to the atmosphere actually depended less on chemical expertise and more on heat. And so despite the fact that they needed to collaborate with one of their largest competitors, they got to the bottom of heat and figured out their carbon problem. I'm Andrea Cates, and I am proudly now the entrepreneur in residence at the MIT Kuo-Sharper Center for Prosperity and Entrepreneurship. Woo! And I've written a new playbook, the first of many, I hope, for the center, called From Stuck to Scale. And it's a playbook for bold action, because conventional wisdom will not get us where we need to go, period. We have to turn these moments into movements. We need to turn these movements into successful businesses, successful communities. Because Dina said, and when Dina speaks, we will listen, that shared prosperity is the only way forward. It's not just the calculus. It's not just the math. It's our hearts. It's understanding what's right, what's fair, what's possible, what's impossible, what we must have faith in. And in this room and in this community, we all know that we can do better and we can do brave things, even if, as we learned this morning, we don't quite know how, because we must. So, how might we, mere mortals, rational folks, as we learned this morning, take bold action? Well, it's not because there are not hurdles. Actually, there are lots of hurdles. We know that we have volatility in our currency. We have volatility and problems with our regulatory environments. We have infrastructure issues. We know that it's really hard to trust people. And if we don't have, as we just learned on this panel, the trust of partners that we can depend on for the short term and for the long term, we will have no future. And what that means is that together, starting in this room, starting in this community, we are positioned for breakthrough success. So, raise your left hand if you're thinking, this woman's crazy. I have no idea how I'm going to do this. So raise your left hand if you literally don't even know what to do. Where do I get started? Okay, now raise your, this is a great photo opportunity, by the way. This becomes a picture. Okay, raise your right hand if you really know what to do, but you can't get people to get on board. You can't get them to understand, engaged, and activated. Now, here's the trick. You kind of have to have one hand in the air. So you're like, yeah, pick. This isn't that hard. So pick a hand. Either you can't figure out what to do, or you know what to do, but you can't get people engaged and activated. Raise a hand, any hand. You have to raise one. Pick it. Oh, the scientists are thinking, well, it's a little bit of both. I don't know. Okay. So, great. Okay, this is great. So think about this, because if you have your left hand up, it might be because, clearly you need to read my book, but, but it's because you might not have the skills to envision, expand, and build. There are a lot of skills like that. There's lean startup, there's design thinking, there are lots of skills. But actually we get quite stuck not knowing what to do. Why? Because the world keeps changing. I'm terribly sorry. Last week I was at a conference and oh my goodness, 2 weeks ago, excuse me, oh my goodness, tariffs. You know, every day there's a new issue to deal with. And if your right hand was up, don't be afraid. Because when I worked with teams, it turns out that the front end is a lot easier these days. We know how to build things, a lot of us. The issue is, how do we get people's hearts and minds and souls and commitment in the game? But I believe no matter where we are, we can do this breakthrough success. I'll tell you a quick story of what I think is a great example of shared prosperity, Dina. So there's a company named Rappi, for Rapido. It started off with 8 people begging others in the city of Bogota, Colombia, to download their app in exchange for, wait for it, a donut. Yeah, so that was like really great marketing. And they had a sandwich delivery service that would send people lunch. And here's what's cool. They discovered something amazing because of this terrific person, Guido Becher. He understood emerging available markets, and he discovered that not just somebody who took sushi for lunch wanted a drink, you learn that with conventional wisdom, but he also learned that secretly these people wanted to go to Japan and opened Rappi Travel, a thriving company. And not only that, but the way that they engage their community, now 40,000 members strong of businesses and lots of people. It's now a $5.2 billion valuation company. But they did it by opening their circles to trusted partners. They don't own all of these partners. They have relationships with each of them where they can each thrive individually, and the communities can thrive, and jobs can be created, and prosperity can be shared, not only acquired. I live in Silicon Valley. I might not be able to go home again. But Guido knew that we had to build trust step by step to build shared prosperity. In this room right now, we have a person that I respect tremendously, who's also part of our business circle at MIT, who taught me a lesson in unicorns are important, but so are camels. Companies that can be productive and valuable in the long term. And they're different, but both are important for shared prosperity. And so is infrastructure. We cannot build cars if we have no roads. And so I believe that models like this, where you put your money and your people and your talents where your interests are the only way to start driving shared prosperity. Now, in the longer version of this talk, which I will not do because I know that I'm the only thing keeping you from lunch. But there are many people, some of whom you will meet here today and tomorrow, whose stories are stories to share. And this is Florian Schaderman from Cargill, and a good colleague of mine. He'll be here tomorrow on a panel. And he taught me the importance of tackling big problems together. It's not the smartest scientists in one particular industry that will solve a problem somewhere else. As a matter of fact, when they were trying to work on the stevia issue, they started with soil scientists, but it turned out that fermentation was a great way to isolate the sweetest part of stevia. And so by cross-fertilization, literally, they learned that they could tackle big problems together, not just in their four walls, not just in their communities, not just in their industries, not just in their disciplines. And so we thank everyone here who is a person like this, because shared prosperity will come from this courageous community. We can build profit, we can build platforms, we can build purpose, but we can only do it together. Because we can dream big, but we have to do even bigger. So in closing, there are only 4 things to do. Well, 5, you have to come and read the book. But turn the moments into movements. Tackle the hard stuff, but let's not tackle it alone or with arrogance. Let's tackle it together with open minds, with younger minds, with people in different industries. Let's dream big, but make sure that the engage and the activate is front and center in how we engage each other. And finally, I'd like us to share our stories, which brings me to an announcement. I am literally thrilled that as part of the center's naming, starting today, we are launching a webinar series and on-campus programs. And I'll be working to spearhead these along with the staff and others, and it's called Scaling in Growth Markets. And I will be tapping, yay, woo! And I will be reaching out, we will all be reaching out. I would like to hear your stories. It is the stories and the spreadsheets that will help all of us see the path toward this new era of shared prosperity in growth markets. And so please come over there. I'll be signing, the first 50 books are free. I would love to hear your story. I would love to connect with you so that I can continue to learn and we can continue to inspire each other together. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you. That was awesome. Of course.
And to the right would be Agnes Brooksay. Thank you so much. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock, sharp.
Thanks. Cool. My mic is still hot.
Six is dead.
You're good.
Check, check.
who is a professor at MIT. I would love to introduce Professor Benedetto. I'm not going to pronounce your name right, am I? It's fine. All right. Professor Benedetto, please join the stage. I don't even have names here. Okay. Now I'm going to introduce Miss Natasha. Natasha is actually also represents someone who endowed our center from Saudi Arabia, Princess Moody bint Khalid. And Natasha and I have known each other for a very, very long time. She is incredible. She decided to put everything behind her life and dedicate all of her time to climate. She is the director of something called Global Commons Alliance. Now I'd like to introduce my dear friend, Marina Bragante, who is a councilwoman in Sao Paulo, but before she entered politics, she was a big advocate for climate in Brazil. Now, the next person I want to introduce is my dear friend, Meredith Berger, who was previously, she is the Honorable Meredith Berger. I want to say that because I can still say that, right? The former Assistant Secretary of the Navy and was the Chief Sustainability Officer there. Next, I don't know how to describe this next woman, who is also a Foundry Fellow. And Olufunto is the founder and CEO of a company called Chanja Dati, and has been a big advocate, not just for climate, but specifically solid waste. And then last, but definitely not least, I would love to introduce Eduardo Aranibar, who's also from Brazil. I would say the newest friend in this crowd, who has also been working alongside Marina for many years, advocating for climate issues in Brazil. And so, I'm going to hand it over to Benedetto to take this over, and I would also encourage you to follow my rules of precise and concise.
Thank you very much. Let's start with a big applause to these amazing panelists, which I think they fully deserve it. So maybe we can get almost 1 minute each so that you can introduce each other a little bit more with more detail, and then we go from there.
Sure. Should we?
I think the
Is
microphone.
this enough? Can you hear me? Yeah? My name is Natasha Matic, and I'm the Executive Director of the Accountability Accelerator, which is part of the Global Commons Alliance. And we are a grant-making organization that supports organizations globally that work on corporate accountability on nature and people. Very happy to be here. Thank you, Dina, and everybody at the center.
So, hi, everyone. My name is Marina. I'm a mother of triplets, Lorena, Olivia, and Lucas, the most amazing triplets from Brazil. I'm from Brazil, São Paulo. I am a psychologist, and I met Dina during my master in public administration at HKS, when I met also Meredith. And now I'm a councilwoman in São Paulo, the biggest city in Brazil. So that's.
Hi, everybody. Meredith Berger, probably the least expected on the panel. Most recently was at the Department of the Navy as the Assistant Secretary for Energy Installations and Environment, and established and served in the role of Chief Sustainability Officer for the Department of the Navy. We worked under the premise of mission first, but for us, climate readiness was mission readiness. And so I look forward to talking with you all about that today.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Olufunto Borofis. I'm all the way from Abuja, Nigeria, and I run an SME called Chanja Dati, which means to transform waste. I'm based in Abuja, Nigeria, and Chanja Dati is basically an SME that focuses on people, planet, profit, and partnerships. And the way we do that is using plastic as a resource for social tool. I'm also like a 2024 Foundry Fellow. Very proud to be back home. And really excited to be on this stage to hopefully shed some more light for those who are working at the grassroots level and for anybody who has questions. So great to be here, and thank you. And thank you to Dina and the team as well.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Eduardo. I'm the founder of Compaserve Capital, a company with the focus on guiding international investors to navigate the Brazilian ecosystem of climate investments, fully aligned with the vision that there is so much opportunity on growth markets collaboration, and very excited to be here and share this panel.
Thank you so much. So why don't we start with at the core of the panel, which is to understand what is the fundamental tension at the heart of the global economy. So to better understand your opinion about the clash between the traditional growth models, the human well-being, and the health of our planet, and how we can try to solve it.
Well, yeah, solving it would be a miracle, right? So we can just try to scratch the surface a little bit. But yes, so far, as we all know, we've been measuring the success of our economy and everything we do with one single metric, with its GDP. And I think we've all come to the conclusion that it's not working. It's not serving anybody. It's not serving the planet. It's not serving the people anymore. And it's not going to be serving the economy very soon. So this model is outdated and needs to be reimagined. And I think the growth markets have an excellent opportunity now to be leading this reimagined economy in the future. And so moving away from destroying everything around us, all the resources, whether they're natural resources like forests, oceans, climate, inequity, and all of that, we need to think of a new system, a new economy that will help us continue to grow, because we cannot, this false narrative about we now have to stop the growth in order to be able to save the climate. I think there is no substance in that. I think the idea here is let's find the new way where we can put people at the center of everything and still continue to grow, especially for the markets that are now well positioned to grow and haven't done the damage to the nature and climate that developed countries have. So I think we have to be imaginative. We have to change some of the basics of old models, and that means changing short-termism into more longer-term perspective and longer-term stewardship. We have to stop externalizing the costs, so we have to start internalizing natural resources, people into the economy, into the balance sheet. We have to stop growth for the growth's sake, and we have to aim for in addition to growth, as I mentioned, well-being of people and the planet. We have a great opportunity to switch the model and as I said, have growth markets lead and stop relying on the models that worked for the West so far, because they cannot be copied and pasted into the growth markets, and I think they have their own solutions. So we have to move away from extractive economies to regenerative and renewable economy, and we have to move from shareholder priority to stakeholder capitalism, and really engage people as central to this process. And then last but not least, we have to move away from the silo mentality. Somebody in the previous I think it was you mentioned, it's all about collaboration, it's all about partnerships. So these silos, whether they were cross-boundary, cross-continent silos on industry level, that has to be changed. That model is not working anymore, and we have to work together to find better solutions. So I'll stop there, and I'm sure my colleagues will be able to contribute.
That's a lot to digest, but yeah, it looks like a lot to do. Yeah. And anybody wants to further comment?
Sure, I can go. I think, as a recycler, and a proud one at that, I'm really at the end of when people have used products, right? People throw them away and they think, oh, that's the end of it, right? And so we live in a system, an ecosystem where we produce more and more for more money, more goods, more things are produced, right? And a lot of people don't give thought to what happens when they throw away whatever they've used, right? For me, I really feel like that's the tension, right? How do you continue to sort of make that money that, capitalism wants, but at the same time make sure that we take care of, the waste that is produced from those choices that are made. And so for me, the way that I see it sort of working out is, using recycling, like I said earlier on the 4 Ps, right? For the people side of things, it's creation of more jobs, right? How do you use this as a tool? And not just for creation of more jobs, but I can just quickly talk about some of the examples of, some of the things we've done. So usually when you go to communities, right, grassroots communities, and you tell them, about recycling or about circular economy, they're looking at you saying, I don't really care about all that because I'm hungry. You know, right now, my kids don't have any food in their bellies, right? That's what I really care about. Or I want my children to get the education I never got, right? So that for me is front of mind. And so when you can sort of link either recycling or any of these processes, right, to helping those people solve what is really near and dear to their heart, then you can start to see forward movement. And then something that potentially have been a bad thing, you can then turn it around and it becomes a good thing. So again, when it comes to the planet side of things, you know, recycling helps with the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, with, you know, CO2 emissions and the like. So again, those are some of the things that, as a recycler, I'm really proud to say that, you know, recycling has been able to do to solve some of these things that we continue to see when economies or communities or people continue to just produce more. I mean, fast fashion right now is an example where you wear the outfit for like a day, 2 days, and then it's gone, right? So what happens to all those clothing, right? I think for any Ghanaians in the house, I think Ghana is supposed to be the country that, you know, maybe a lot of the textile fashion, it used to be Nigeria, I guess now it's Ghana, right, gets taken to. So again, how do we solve all these things? How do we change the conversation? I think that is, you know, my viewpoint as to how recycling can be very effective towards sort of solving that tension.
And I think I just want to add on both points. I think Natasha pointed a very important topic, that is this misconception between growth, GDP growth, the more traditional metric, and sustainability, and it's completely false. There's recent economic research, one of the most ancient questions, what drives economic growth? And very deep in the beginning, it's ideas, it's innovation, and it's not related to, it's not a problem to have sustainability on it, it's just have to put in the equation. And it's been solved in many other regions as actually new opportunities, not only the risks, right? And I fully agree with Funto as well. We've seen some companies and technologies now trying, for example, take one big issue, at least for Brazil and probably other growth markets, that's waste, sanitation, sewage waste, and transforming it into methanol using technology, engineering, innovation. And then all of a sudden, something that was an issue becomes a raw material for one of the most important topics of the whole chain, that is energy, right? So I think when you take the right mindset, you can transform what is an issue and, you know, the biggest opportunities in new markets, new jobs, and new profitability opportunities for the private market as well.
I was just thinking that it's crazy because when I hear you guys, I'm totally connected to you, but then I'm thinking we need to shift the mindset, right? Because what does it mean to grow? What does it profit means? How do we connect with the challenges that we have as a global community? Because do we have people that are starving? We are under a very intense emergency climate change that it's making every one of us changing our lives. So how do we transform the way we see each other and we see our connections? And I think politics is a very good way of doing it, because then you can build a new narrative, and maybe it's also a part of the government role to help people change, shift the mindset, helping understanding that your business, it will be profitable, but it's not as profitable as we used to think it was supposed to be. I mean, you need to be less profitable so everyone else can have a better life. And I think that's a challenge for entrepreneurs and innovative persons. Like, how do we do that living in the society that we are living in now? So every time I come to the US, I feel this urge of buying things. And I don't do it in Brazil anymore, because there where I live, I've changed my mindset. So I look for different things to buy. I'm changing my life, but when I come here, it's like, I need to buy stuff. What do you want from US? Where are you? So it's how do we change every single day without judging each other, knowing that we need to transform everyone's life in a very efficient way so we can still live here, right?
If you don't mind, I was just hoping to pick up on a couple of themes that I'm hearing, and security is one of them. And so as we're in what is no doubt an existential threat, and we think about how do we make sure that those resources go as far as they absolutely possibly can, and how do we return the most value on everything, I see across all of it places where I wanted to offer a little bit more context on how we were thinking at Navy and Marine Corps and how everybody might be able to think about that a little bit. Because as you think about it, everybody has a mission, right? No matter what it is you're doing, that is your mission. And I mentioned readiness, and that's having what you need in order to do what it is you're trying to accomplish, when and how you need to accomplish it. And so that's extending the resources, is being creative in the application of those resources, generating what we need to have so that we can have that economic security as well. And so as we cut across all of those pieces, and you mentioned people, I have 3 C's, which you reminded me of as you said your 4 P's, but really focus the work on communities, critical infrastructure, and climate action. And so the communities are the people, the places, the where of where it happens, that critical infrastructure, whether we're talking about our natural built environment or creative uses of energy or how we can recycle. And then that climate action is how we come together, convene, collaborate, and make the result. And so I loved listening to you all because I heard all of these pieces, and that was how we were thinking at an unsuspected place, the Department of the Navy.
Awesome, thank you so much. That's a very rich discussion. So if we try to structure a little bit the process of innovation when it comes to climate technology, I think all the components of the panel address very well the different type of figure that are needed, right? Because we have the funders, we have whoever takes care of the financial, the policymaker, whoever takes care of the deployment, and the innovators. And so, given all your different roles, what do you think are the priorities nowadays to develop in growth markets so that we can really reinvent society and so that we can somehow try to go beyond this tension between climate and economical prosperity and prosperity? And do we need to reinvent the concept of prosperity, or do we simply need to develop local models that are different from the models that have already been established? How would you try to solve the tension in your line of work?
Should I start?
Yeah.
So that's $1 million question. I think what's needed, I think both is needed. I think reinventing the new model eventually, which I don't think is going to happen overnight. And I think what can happen in the meantime, the models that are successful locally need to be brought to the forefront and shared more. Because I think so far all the models are usually coming from the West. And I think there are plenty of opportunities now to share what's happening in Brazil. I think Brazil is leading on so many ways. You know, just data, some of the data technologies and solutions that are happening now with deforestation and land ownership and map biomas and things like that. I mean, map biomas, for example, is one of the organizations that we funded. And we funded actually the replication of the map biomas model in Indonesia. So now Indonesia is developing their own model based on the Brazilian model. And I think these have to start being told. These stories have to be told more so that the new models that are regional and that are organically grown from these different countries can then pull towards the new economic model that I think is going to take much, much longer than we can only imagine. If we're waiting for that new model, then I think it's going to take too long, and we don't have time to wait that long. I think the climate crisis is getting ahead much faster than we can all anticipate. So I think both of those approaches are very important, but I'd love to hear what you think.
I think I can.
No, go ahead.
I can tell a little bit on the finance perspective. I think one point, and I think it's very aligned with Natasha is saying, at least for Brazil, I think we need to be bold and brave to speak up and think more globally. There's so much things happening around the region. Many good solutions that I have been to meet, but it's hard to see sometimes in the right panels like this one or in the right discussions globally about what's happening. So I think there's one information topic of speaking up and showing what's happening and just sharing a little more great benchmarks like map biomas that I fully agree. I think it's a great initiative. But also kind of make the housekeeping on the basics that are not related to climate only, but are necessary for example, international investments. So Brazil, the first thing anyone will ask, even if they are convinced to do some investment there, is, look, I will be too much exposed to FX risk. So, and this will take out any serious investments. Of course, we're talking with people with fiduciary duties. They must comply with maybe thousands of, if otherwise, millions of investors who are behind them. So concrete actions can be done to help these people who actually want to deploy this capital and make these changes to be comfortable on making them, and they are with relevant risks being taken. For example, Brazil government has done a partnership with IDB to produce a specific financial instrument called EcoInvest that will reduce the FX exposure for anyone internationally investing in specific climate topics in Brazil. And that will give like 1% interest rate, that will have to be announced product that's specifically for hedging for private investors. And that's great, because when you have this kind of mechanism in place, it makes much easier for capital move around the world to regions that they were not used to go before, but now are the ones who make much more sense for this topic as climate, for example.
Yeah, I was just going to say that for me, local models are definitely needed. I think one of the drawbacks that I've seen is that a lot of times we've seen a lot of copy and paste from the Western world, and I haven't really seen it work. We definitely have to use what we have to sort of generate what we need. And our case in point, so like I said, I'm a recycler. I do 200 tons a month of plastic waste, even though I collect other materials. But all of a sudden, I mean, I've been in the collection space, even though we've started exporting our bills and flakes now. But I mean, I hope all of you have seen my lovely skirt, right? We're big in Nigeria about fashion, for example. We have a lot of people who make clothing and things like that, sewers, designers. But we import thread from places like China. And why? When you can use the same plastic PET bottles to make thread, why are we doing this? So again, the conversation is, how do we sort of leverage what we have, move along the manufacturing chain and do more, right? Scale and do more. So those are some of the conversations I want people to start thinking about and having, number one. Number two, the other thing that, you know, I've also seen as sort of like a slight drawback is when it comes to just even language. You know, I'm really passionate about this, because anything that, you know, I always tell people that even climate change, climate action is very elitist. The words, the terminologies that we use is quite elitist, because a lot of people in the grassroots don't really understand what that is. So until we start sort of changing a lot of these things to local languages and really allow people to, at the grassroots, who form a core base of what we're trying to solve, right? Understand what it is what we're trying to achieve. This is just, we're just going to be, it's going to be an action in futility, right? We won't really get the results that we want. So for me, that is another big thing that I think needs to happen, is to sort of put all these different words, actions, ideas, themes into context for languages that people can understand. And then last but not the least, I think that, you know, there's definitely a lot of room for growth for indigenous knowledge. And I think one of the speakers earlier on had talked about it. And I think we've done ourselves on the African continent a disservice of not really valuing what we have and what we bring to the table. And until we start really recognizing that, you know, we might be able to solve for us by us, right? Instead of taking what other people are telling us, or, you know, what has worked in other climes that we think will work in ours, I think we will continue to struggle. And so for me, I think, again, as an entrepreneur, a call to action to my other entrepreneurs is that we need to take what we have, using the resources that we have on ground, to be able to make change for us by us locally. Thank you.
Go ahead. I was just going to pick up on your very good point, because it's perhaps part of the answer is what's old is new again. As we think about its nature, it's the people who know the land and the space and the resources that are expert at how to make sure that it survives and thrives. And so a lot of times we're thinking about all this technology because we have to help nature catch up because we've outpaced its natural abilities. And so as we think about what do those solution sets look like, how do we draw on that indigenous knowledge experience, the people who have known time and resources for all of time, and then nature knows how to protect itself against storms and flooding, and there are natural systems there. And so as we look for the the pioneers and the people who are imagining and saying, what if? It's going back to the things that we know best in all corners of the world, but have perhaps forgotten a bit or not given it its due. And there may be something that we can draw on to help to create that new market.
And it's super challenging because we need to find a solution that's not only one solution. We need to find a lot of different solutions for the different kinds of challenges that we have in our countries, in our cities. So, and we are not used to think like that, right? You have like this solution for that, and that's this solution. So I also think that trying to understand the ancestral wisdom, it's really something that we can connect and use, even though we don't need to become like tree huggers. We can hug trees, and it's wonderful to hug a tree. If you haven't done it, I recommend it. But I mean, we need to look at it and say, how can we use this wisdom and apply it to ourselves now with the technology that we already have? And worrying that we are going to find a solution that doesn't need to become the solution for everyone else. So it has to help us here, and then someone will help them over there, and then we have renewable sources of energy different from different cities and states and countries. And that's a challenge that we still are grappling with, right? We're not there yet. And so every time I hear you guys, I'm like, yeah, we need to give solutions that are already happening. For example, I would say community garden. It's not something that is like super technological, super new, but it will help. It will help us to have food in cities. It will help us to drain the rain because we have more, how do you say, soil, like the soil is better for the rain. We have more green, so it also helps us with the quality of air, which is a big challenge for everyone else. So I think that's the way we need to focus on moving into transforming our culture.
But I think I really want to say something, because this is a room full of entrepreneurs here. And I want to challenge you a little bit. I think if we all commit to integrating nature and climate and people into everything we do, and all of your enterprises you're all starting. I'm not an entrepreneur, but you have an opportunity now to do it right from the beginning, so that in 10 years we don't end up where we are now, whether it's with fossil fuels or the mining of transition minerals that are as bad as anything else. So the time is to start setting up enterprises and companies in a different way. And I think that may be the biggest challenge for all of us. The solutions are many, as you said, and they'll come in different forms from different countries, but it's how do you all commit to having that lens from now on in creating your companies and growing your companies. And I think if we're able to do that, I think we're going to go a long way.
And then government must support.
Exactly.
And philanthropy must support. We all need to support each other to make the change.
I agree, and I think it is safer. It will save people money. It will make sure that resources are there, and I'll share a quick story, because often you say, why? Why are we doing this? And it's for so many reasons, but there is a tribal population here in the United States, and it's called the Spokane. And I met with their leadership once, and one of the gentlemen who was there said to me, the reason that we are so focused on the impacts of climate change is because we are losing our resources, and as we lose our resources, we're losing our celebrations, and as we lose our celebrations, we lose our words and our language to identify those resources, those celebrations, the things that are most sacred and special to a population, and that's how things go extinct, the things we love, the things that we value, the things that make us who we are. And so as we look across this, there's no dollar value that you could put on that, but that's the why. We need to make sure that we have the things that are special and distinct that could go away, and there are so many populations that can talk about that very same experience and think about that global impact. And so we never want to lose sight of the why. It's the people, as you said. It's just as we try and keep ourselves secure and safe and sustained, we have that responsibility for everything that we depend on and making sure that we have the words and moments in life to be able to keep and hold them dear.
Awesome. First of all, this is such a great panel because I don't have to do much. I ask a question and then they fully develop the concept. As we're at MIT and we typically ask tough questions, I want to try to ask a tough question to you to see how you react. So I would say climate innovation is great. We need to put this sustainability lens when innovate from now on so that we consider the health of the planet together with our prosperity. And by doing that, hopefully in the future, we develop a society that is more, that can integrate better with the environment and with the ecosystem. That's a very good purpose, but then when it comes to reality, you need to create an unfair advantage compared to current technologies so that you can really deploy them and you can be successful in implementing them and you have a broad adoption. Because otherwise, the reality is that, particularly in the growth market, I think, and I may not be a complete expert, but if you try to introduce the new technologies and people can go back to you and say, why can I not use a technology that is already established? We know it works very well. People have prospered from it. Why I cannot prosper from it, right? And who cares about the environment? The environment is a problem that is not in the next 2 days, in the next 3 days, when I need to eat, when I need to cool down, when I need to support my children and such. So the challenges are clear. The opportunities is where we need to show that this is possible. Okay, and where we need to show that climate technology has a future because can address both, create an unfair advantage, but also support sustainability. So in your own experience, and again, this can be a tough question, can you give us examples of when that happened, like when you felt like that through your work, through the company you work for, or that you created and the work that you've done, you saw this alignment between being able to deploy or support something that is really impactful, but at the same time can also address sustainability challenges.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I'll just offer one example where as the Department of the Navy, through the Navy and Marine Corps, we were able to partner with local communities to make sure that an energy benefit that we were trying to do and try and test technology actually came forward and helped not only the Navy and Marine Corps, but also the city that was surrounding the installation and base there, and actually using methane gas as one energy generation, solar, battery storage, which is still nascent in a lot of ways, but useful when you can put it there. But just like we talk about climate change, it doesn't have boundaries. It doesn't stop at a fence line. It doesn't stop at a border. We thought the solution should look that way as well. And so using the technology to make sure that we were hooking in not only to support our buildings, our presence, but also the surrounding community, we were able to generate the energy needed to both meet the mission of making sure that the Navy and Marine Corps were doing their job of defending the nation, but then also that the mission of a small business or a family's house or the corner store could also make sure that they had their lights on and had the energy that they needed, because we needed to confront the challenge with a solution that met the threat in the same way.
So for us, again, grassroots enterprise, each time we go into communities, one of the biggest things we hear, right, is, look, I'm hungry, my children haven't eaten, I don't care about all this climate stuff you're talking about, that is not on my radar. And so we've had to really drill down, and I always tell people about the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and really start at the bottom, right? They're hungry, security, they want their children to have a good education. And so we've had to come up with innovative in our way solutions, right, that helps us get what we want, which is the recyclable material, but also helps our communities get what they want, right? So we, for example, we started something called Bottles for Books, right? So we pay the school fees of children, right, when the parents collect the waste in the community, right? Or we started something called the Green Savings Account, where you can open a bank account with your waste, right? We work with the National Bank. So we've had to come up with some of these innovative solutions because that they understand, right? They understand, okay, my child now gets to go to school. Okay, now I wasn't part of the financial ecosystem. Now I have a bank account, right? And I will tell you, even that just one singular thing, we've had stories and stories of reduction of domestic violence from women who maybe before they were dependent on their husband for money, and in tough situations, the husband might, react badly because, the pressure of having to constantly take care of the family and everything. And all of a sudden, they have their own money that they're earning now. They have their own green savings bank card, and it's just a total game changer for them. So again, and that's my plea to everybody who's an entrepreneur, again, especially on the African continent, is that we need to, no matter how small or how little it is, we need to go back to the basics and really listen to the people who are at the grassroots level and see how we can sort of bridge those gaps between what we're doing and what the people really need to be able to move forward. And it doesn't have to be high tech. It doesn't have to be deep tech, but it has to be some sort of innovation in its own way, right? To be able to answer this question. So for me, those are some of the solutions. And we keep on coming, up with those kind of different solutions to address the needs of the communities we work with. We started something with our women recyclers, right? Where, clean your environment, we'll give you money we'll train you, and now you can maybe start like a confectionery business on the side, or you can start a smaller business on the side, selling provisions or selling farm produce, from the money you collect from recycling. Again, examples of what they really need. They want more money, they want security for themselves, but they're using the waste that they're collecting as sort of like that tool, right, to be able to earn additional income for themselves and their families. So for me, those are the ways that, I see this sort of playing out. No matter the scale or where you are in this sort of ladder, you can always find innovation or innovative technology in that would work and be useful for where you play.
I think I can tell a case of a Brazilian company that has been innovating one of the oldest and best products humanity has ever made, that is chocolate. They've built a whole value chain around cocoa production, where they make a huge amount of demand from the producers that comes from, if they're doing a more sustainable way, cocoa production, but also a lot of social needs they must require. Their children must be at school, they must be complying with very high-level work agreements with the workers they are working with. And if they comply with everything in the list, they pay almost twice the price for the same raw material. If they comply, they don't make it to the list, they will still buy the cocoa, but they will pay the market price, and people will lose money. And this has a direct impact on especially the vulnerable communities, on Bahia, for example, where they're producing most of this cocoa. And they are doing a terrific job in marketing that in an extremely very well done way. And also, since they have so much criteria on the cocoa, they make it one of the most pure raw materials they have. Their chocolate is being marketed as it's one of the most premium in Brazil. They compete with imported Swiss chocolate, and it's usually even better when you compare the flavor and etc. And it goes to a global value chain, because cocoa just had a huge crisis a few years ago. There's a undersupply in Africa. The global companies got crazy. Where are we going to produce it everywhere? Brazil now became a focus for them. I've discussed it with some global companies on that. And now you see one company innovating, one of the oldest value chains we have, in a way that could definitely be benchmarked and used other places to generate value to the society, to generate value for them. They are extremely well positioned in terms of market value and etc. And doing a sustainable way, and it gets more productive, it's more efficient. It's just a little bit harder. It's different, right? And different scarce sometimes. But once there's the right incentives, the community actually is much more happier to do that than doing what they were doing before.
I think I'm bothered a bit about our panel, because we are looking at local community as they were the problem, and they are not, because there's this data here that 3.5 billion people, the most vulnerable 3.5 about what's going to happen to their lives. They're going to build a bunker. Is that how you say it, bunker? To live in. So our challenge is to look for those who have money and try to make them understand that it doesn't matter how much money you have. If you don't understand that we need to shift, that's not going to happen, right? So I know there are a lot of solutions in grassroots and most vulnerable in our countries. I mean, I'm sure we have a lot of solutions that happens in our countries every single day because we don't have access to energy, but we still are living. We don't have money to buy a car, but we use bikes or we walk. We don't have money to whatever, but we still live. So how do we address those who have a lot of money and are not taking their responsibility for the changes that we need, right?
So I'm going to slightly push back to you, though. I agree with you, but I will say that and that's why we have platforms like this where conversations can definitely hold place, right? But honestly, I can't really, and I don't mean to be dismissive, but I can't really worry about what the global north worries about, or what, to some degree, because I really care about the people where I work and what their realities are on ground today, right? They don't even know, some of them don't even have TVs to know what is happening in the US or in Iran or, in Ukraine. That's not their reality. So for me, maybe because I'm embedded there, for me, it's how do I deal with those people and what their concerns are on a daily basis. And so for me, that's what I'm trying to solve, right? So I hear you, but again, I go back to my constituents, right? Those are my people, that's my tribe, and I really need to try and solve, and we use, again, what we have to solve the problems that they have. Simple. I mean, and I think, people whose pay grades are above mine will figure out, but for me, those are my people that I need to try and solve for, because if I've been very blessed. I've been very, fortunate. I've had the opportunity of being, of even attending such a phenomenal program. So there's a lot of responsibility on me to go back and try and give back and solve some of those issues. Totally. And if I don't, who will? So, I mean, that's my viewpoint. So not to be dismissive of what you're saying, but
no, I think both things have to happen, right? Yeah. We need to look, how do we help our countries and our people? Yeah. And Brazil is also over there. I mean, we are connected. And also how to address those who are not helping us.
So we have a few minutes left before we open up for questions, literally 3 minutes. So before we conclude, though, I want to use the opportunity of having you as a panelist to address very briefly, but on something that I really care about, which is education. And so how we can educate people, what are the opportunity to educate people to embrace climate technologies, but also how can this be the opportunity to close the gender gap when it comes to leadership in our world? And how would you do that?
So I can quickly touch on, again, for me, I've always said it, I've said it before, we need to localize a lot of the elitist words that we use around this theme, for starters. I think we can definitely, this is where we can really leverage machine learning and AI to translate, and use that as a medium to sort of close the gap a lot sooner. And once we do that, I think we're on the right path. And I just saw a 5-minute warning, so I'll say no more than that. But
yeah, I would go super quick also and say we need to invest in girls and women. Because when we have girls that are going to schools, that are doing what they do, they change the reality for those who live with them. So that's something that we really need to address, like, responsibly. How do we help girls to get educated all around the world? And how do we help women to help girls? Because that's also a fight that we are still not winning.
And I think education systems have to embrace climate and nature issues as part of the curriculum, as essential as everything else. So I think the more that can be integrated into education system, I think the better for the younger generations to be. And not just in terms of kind of high level what the problem is, but some of the practical solutions and some of the practical changes to the children's day-to-day behavior that they can then bring into adulthood and be able to create a different society. So I think
just to add up just a little bit of that. In education, we always focus on kids, but kids, they're doing well. They are learning much better than we are, so we need to focus on universities, right? How do we tackle environmental issues in psychology, university, in administration, entrepreneur, innovation, I mean, I don't know, law. Everyone needs to understand how do you on your daily basis can help us.
I'll just add into that, I think it's accountability and mechanisms for accountability and meeting people wherever they are. And so I think it is law a bit, to your point on the big contributors earlier, it's a lot of logistics, and that is everything from military to getting all your deliveries and everything where you need them to be, and no matter what you're shipping. And so actually advancing in fuels and energy that allows us to operate, and then also water reclamation, reuse, as that becomes incredibly scarce and has so many dependencies. I think are places people need to be better educated on some of the interdependencies of our resources, and then also allowing people to see themselves in this way forward in terms of climate action, because meeting people on the ground, as you said, and how do they solve the day-to-day problems as well as the ones that you pointed out, Marina, the very big, you could make all of the impacts in the world in one location, but if it is not a combined effort, then we don't get the intended result. And so if it's finance, show them how they save the money. If it is about science, show the advance there. If it's about health, show the safety aspects, and continue to let people see themselves in a pathway forward that will benefit them here, so that we can see the aggregate benefit.
Awesome. I think this is it for us, and thank you. We are now opening to questions from the public.
Oh boy.
Oh, the toughest question.
Oh boy.
We have a gentleman over there that is also Gaia.
First.
We have a gentleman.
Okay, this is really hard for me so I'm going to try to bring this all together, because I've learned so much from each of you. So from, Natasha, you were in the philanthropy space for so long, and you taught me the importance of how to allocate money to things that create systemic change where it matters. And Marina, you taught me that if we really want to create change, we need to bring back love and humanity. But Meredith, you taught me how to be graceful but tough. How do you go in and just not give up until you get what you want? And Miss Funto over here, you're like bold. Don't take shit from anybody. Just be bold. But Eduardo, you're about numbers and data and statistics. Now, if I'm going to bring all this together, if I'm an entrepreneur, how do I bring all these great things together if I'm going to do, Natasha, what you said, and you're saying entrepreneurs have a great opportunity, the new ones in particular, to get it right from the beginning. So my question is, how do we bring together all of these amazing things that each one of you brings to the table when you're starting your journey as an entrepreneur to specifically address climate issues? But maybe I'll just throw that question to Funto.
Sure, why not?
In the interest of time.
Yeah, so
okay,
I think honestly, as an entrepreneur, and as entrepreneurs out there who are thinking, if they haven't started a business and are thinking of starting something, and again, I'm not talking tech now, not deep tech, not high tech, I'm just talking, SME type business. Product design, right? We need to start designing products from inception in a way that it can be recycled. For me, that is we need to start it right now. So anybody who's thinking business, thinking something to start, I think that would be one of the ways to go. We talked about advocacy here, right? Every business person who wants to start something has to have a bit of advocacy or incorporate advocacy into their vision, their mission, the way they tell their story. Very critical. So I think some of those two things, again, in the interest of time, but product design is going to be very, very critical. I mean, renewable energy, batteries. People now are saying, what do we do with the batteries, solar panels, right? Because we started how many years ago, and now we're struggling with what do we do with those end-of-life materials, right? So if we're starting now, we need to start properly. We need to start right, and I think that was mentioned earlier on.
And I also think there's so many resources out there now. You don't need expertise on these. These are even just being aware and being conscious and paying attention and reading something about it, or coming to, a conference like this. There's so many resources available through AI now. You can just type it in and see what it comes out with. I think that if the mindset is there, you'll figure it out, and you'll reach out to your colleagues or community that you're building here with all the fellows and everybody. You can, again, find your tribe, as you said, and reach out to people and ask for help. I think everybody's willing to help.
I would say for myself, invite us for a coffee. We're here, we can talk, we can chat, we can understand how we help.
Or a drink.
Or a drink, yeah.
I think most entrepreneurs are purpose-driven people, and I think remember why this is important, and it's important. And I think we were looking at MIT entrepreneurs that will probably like to solve complex problems, and I think this is one of the most complex we have nowadays, so it's exciting to try to solve it. And the last part, I think the way on how to do it is collaborate. I don't see it anyway this being solved by one country, person, institution. Yes. It's impossible. You only do it by collaborating, by bringing people together and sharing ideas and expertise. I think it's the only way to make it happen.
And I would
go ahead. No, I just want to say another, you said bold. I think, again, especially on the African continent, just do it. You need to be bold and just do it.
That's it, my Funto.
Yes, just do it, just do it. I started ChangeDT 10 years ago when it wasn't cool to be in the climate space or recycling. Blood, sweat, tears, we're still there, we're still doing it. Now it's cool, but 10 years ago it wasn't cool. We're still doing it. So please, just do it. Start, and just do it. Like Nike, just do it. Yes, thank you.
There was a question over there.
My name is Esse. I'm a Foundry Fellow. Thanks for a very insightful panel. My question is maybe not off tangent in that sense, but as we discuss reimagining growth, given the climate urgency, my question is, how do we ensure that AI delivers its most innovative climate solutions, especially given the concerns of its increasingly hungry energy footprint? I think this is more insightful for countries in Africa. Thank you.
That's a good question.
I think AI, it's a very interesting topic. I think one thing is we should guarantee at least that most of this data consumption is being done in countries where this can be clean data consumption. So I was in Berlin last month in a conference, and the biggest topic on infrastructure forum was data centers and sustainability. And data centers was higher than sustainability. Where are we going to put them? How much do we need? People said it's like $1 trillion opportunity around the world on this topic. And I think the first part of the question is they will consume a lot, but it's impossible to live now without them, even though it's so fast. So let's put the data centers in places where they can be clean. And second, they definitely can help on climate change. I can tell a bunch of cases, but for example, in Brazil, they're being used to map what exactly from 300, 400 kind of species are the ones that should be implemented to give the highest biodiversity and agroforestry outputs in many different regions. That would be impossible to do manually in a country who has 100 million hectares of degraded pasture land. So they will be definitely important, but we need to take care, and it's a very strategic topic, how are we going to take care of all the CO2 that they create as well.
And I'll just add, with the recent global commitment at the COP, where we're going to triple our investment in nuclear energy. And as we think about data centers, this is a place to, with asterisks on safety, a whole bunch of supply chain requirements that are there, but to set the requirement as we set out together, because there's an opportunity to put energy innovation, the water requirement that's there in a water scarce environment, no matter where you go, and a solution set in technology that can really drive solutions, whether it's climate or in other needs that are there. If we start things in silos, then we will end up further apart. And so to set the requirement for what AI both requires and what it can also return on that investment will be an important way to look at the market, and also look at the resources and assuring that we don't set our sights ahead of our capabilities and meet where we need to be with the timeline that's anticipated and all of the development that's happening. So it's an opportunity to plan, I think.
And that's exactly a place where, like, institutes like MIT are positioning themselves with the climate project to be able to be sure that we develop the right technologies with the lens of sustainability, but we're also choosing the right places where to deploy the data center, where to deploy the infrastructure, so that, of course, the US can benefit, but the whole world can benefit from innovation, trying to democratize innovation so that we can have an impact across the different continents. This is it. Thank you very much, and please.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Great conversation. Thank you. Should we take a picture?
Oh, you took the hardest
one.
You took the hardest question.
Okay, everyone, just a quick announcement that we will be breaking into the breakout sessions now. We have 2 running simultaneously, and the ushers will be directing you to the rooms. Shubangi, raise your hand. Okay, so whoever's interested in the capital panel and the climate workshop should follow Shubangi. And we will be having the panel on unicorns in this ballroom. And all the speakers who are meant to be on the next panel for unicorns, what do you want them to do? If you can go up to the stage and we will mic you there. Thank you.
دلوقتي في كابيتال بانل الاول وبعدين بعديها الراوند على طول في نفس الوقت.
هاي
حياتي انتي هلا حنا على طول
Okay. Climate.
صح صح Yeah, initially he didn't forward it. Back to Sloan. He used to meet us. ما حدا برجعه. Please invest in logistics. يجيني فادي. لا فادي معنا. بس كان اسمه اياد ولا في كان حسن هاشم. Global business is better than the local business. Sorry, أنا بفضل شو. يا حبيبي بدك تغير morning was the first 4 sessions are like-minded. We worked at you.
Oh, there we are. Okay. Emeka, are you ready? Sure? All right, you were born ready. Okay, everybody, if you are interested in going to any of the workshops, you may please follow Shubangi or who else? The volunteers will escort you to the environment workshop or the capital workshop. To everyone staying for the unicorn panel, which is going to be amazing, please stay in the room because we will be shutting the doors shortly, in a minute, in a second. Volunteers, please close the doors. Somebody close the doors. Shamil, can you close the doors, please? Or come in. Thank you so much. Hi. Thank you so much for coming.
It's an honor to be here. The honor is ours. I'm glad. Did you enjoy it so far? Yeah, it's awesome.
Okay. All right, everybody. I'm going to need your attention, so I'm going to also need the great panelists here to stop chit-chatting. Rani, Ritsky. All right. Donovan, can I have the screen, please?
In the front. Anywhere.
Yep, that's the one. Shiko, me over here. Take a seat. Art, Andrea, my team, take a seat. Rania, we want to start. Okay, thank you guys. Funto. Yes. I feel like I'm literally calling on people. Okay, guys, we're going to get started. So I'm going to ask everyone to settle down, take a seat, quiet down, and give me your full and undivided attention for this incredible, incredible panel called The Ripple Effect of Unicorns. Now, Andrea knows that I'm not somebody who believes that we should be running after the next unicorn. However, unicorns do have profound impact on our economies when they do happen. And this is what this panel is going to get into, moderated by the amazing Foundry Fellow, our beautiful Emeka Ajane, founder and CEO of Afri Digest. Who follows Afri Digest? If you're not following it, it is to be followed. Emeka, come on up. All right, I also want to introduce Anuj Srivastava, founder of LiveSpace and also Business Circle member. Bunmi, I'm never going to get this right. Akin Yemiju, right? Partner of Greenhouse Capital Africa, who wrote a very, very, I would say, provocative article recently about unicorns. Daniela Penati, co-founder and CTO of Pismo. Rizky, our amazing Rizky Krama Debrata, who is the commissioner of Grab Indonesia and also a member of our business circle. The amazing Ronaldo Mushawar, who we call one of the originals of the Arab region, founder of Soot.com, which is now Amazon Middle East. Soot.com was acquired by Amazon. And I would say Ronnie has had a
Ronaldo has had a huge impact on the entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem around the region. Last but definitely not least, Samer Gharaiba, who is the founder of Milers, who previously worked for a company called Aramex. And Aramex is a company that had, I would say, gave birth to many, many, many new companies, and which is why we talk about the ripple effects of unicorns. And without further ado, Emeka, I hand it over to you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dina. Thank you all for being here. You guys beat me to it. I was going to ask you to give a round of applause, but I think you're ahead of the game, so thank you for that. Yeah, I think just, the panel's about the ripple effect, the profound impacts of unicorns. And I think, a lot of us, since the funding boom, there's been unicorns created all over the world, right? 2021, 2022. But I think I will start with to be a bit provocative, right? I think Dina mentioned the article, Bumi, you wrote about camels, not unicorns, right? So there's a question I've been talking to people around, the room. So I want to come to you and just really ask you, in this article you wrote, you argued that the Silicon Valley playbook may not be a fit for founders in African markets, and it may not be wise to chase kind of unicorn valuations. So as you sit here between Daniela, who sold, Pismo for $1 billion, and next to Anuj, who is thinking about IPO for LiveSpace in India, another $1 billion company, as you sit on this panel, with unicorn founders, I wanted to ask you to make that case that we should pursue camels, not unicorns.
Yeah, thank you very much, Emeka, and thanks for having me here. Good question, and I feel intimidated because I'm in the midst of Aramex. I've heard so much, and the exit of Souk to Amazon. I think these are all incredible stories. These are all very inspirational, right? And I think from the standpoint of how do we make the next generation, the young people, right, go to school and say, hey, I want to be an entrepreneur, right? Nothing is better than the story of $1 billion outcome, right? Now, the argument that I make is really one that says that the unicorn story is not the only story, and more importantly, that in our ecosystems, in growth markets, we need to design what is appropriate for those markets. And where exits and liquidity and the capital stack is not complete yet because of how nascent those markets are, the question then becomes, what is the model that is appropriate? And all I was saying in that article is that if I had two choices, first is to go through a model that says, let me build, as a VC, that's what I do. Invest in companies. I've spent time also building companies, venture studio style. So do I want to build a company whose mission is it to find 10 unicorns across Africa and the Middle East? That's where we invest over the next 10 years. And I come to LPs and say, hey, give me $100 million, $200 million. That's on one hand. And of course, let's use 10 unicorns, meaning $100 million in revenue, 10x to become $1 billion because the valuation marker. Or would I rather look for 1,000 camels? And when I say camels, I describe them as companies that are making $5 million, $10 million in revenue. Not ambitious at all, right? But highly profitable, highly sustainable. If you ask me, I would choose the camels. And by the way, if you do the numbers, these camels will produce something like $10 billion in revenue every year versus $1 billion in revenue by the unicorn. But what's more remarkable is that the statistical probability around me finding those unicorns in these markets might be 0.01%. Finding awesome people like this is rare, right? It's there and we should celebrate it, but to find my 1,000 camels, I will find them like that, right? And so that's all I was saying, is that there's room for both, but I think the conversation here about the ripple effect into the ecosystem, I think is very, very
exponentially impactful in the camel model, and then maybe you might run into a unicorn along the way, then that's fantastic. That was the thesis of the argument.
Fantastic. So if I understand you correctly, the last point you just made was, your view is that the camel approach is more impactful from a multiplier effect, a ripple effect, than, because of probability perhaps, than pursuing the unicorn approach. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Danielle, how do you respond to that?
Yeah, you know what? First, thanks for having me here. It's been an honor. I was thinking a lot about this. I just had the chance to read what you wrote earlier today, but I randomly had dinner with Andrea Cates on Monday, and we were discussing, and I told her, I think that unicorns are overrated in the sense that we are only telling the big stories and the success stories because at some point we decided that this would be the success and this would be the result. And I agree with you that by doing that, we are not paying attention to companies and to entrepreneurs who are working hard and maybe are not just reaching the milestone of $1 billion company. And I think that I agree that we should be looking to them, but I also believe that for countries like Brazil, like all the explosion that we had around the deal that we made with Visa, I think we now have the chance. Probably if Pismo were a unicorn, I wouldn't be sitting here today and serving as an example to others, especially women who are willing to build big things and trying to do something. I was definitely not educated to do this. This is something that I was not looking for. And we need to take into consideration the circumstances. We raised the Series B fundraising round in a moment where capital was plenty available, and I think it's not the reality anymore. So usually what I tell people when they come to me and ask, I say, we should be looking to build a business to last, a company to last, and becoming a unicorn or whatever name you want to give, it must be a consequence of the great work and not necessarily the target and the objective of what you're doing.
Got it. I think, to that point, you're living kind of the success target of a lot of founders, I would say, right? Not only building a unicorn, but selling that unicorn. I think officially the deal closed at the start of 2024. You sold this company officially 100% cash transaction, if I understand it, $1 billion to Visa. So that's kind of, while you say, this shouldn't be the target, I think for a lot of people, this is, why you're in it, right? If you're coming from certain markets, is to say, okay, here's what, the outcome could look like. So I want to ask you, and you talked a bit about this with the, you talked about women, inspiring women to be founders. So just from your perspective, after you have this big success, just what have you found are the real impacts when you look back and say, okay, as a result of this big acquisition, here's, what I see rippling, here's the after effects of this transaction.
What I see locally, and I think that there's different angles for that. At the same time, I think I'm in the moment where, of course, I'm still working. I'm still there working for Pismo and for Visa, but I'm trying to give back everything that I could receive along the way. So I've been mentoring and talking to many different startups, and I think the best part is I have the opportunity now to tell things. This is not, many people ask me, what's the secret sauce? What did you do? And it's hard. There's no a silver bullet and a kind of recipe of all you can do. And there's also a matter of the circumstances. And I think this is important because it's really hard to do this. We've struggled a lot. It takes a lot to do something like this. So I'm one of my co-founders is my husband. We were all in building this company. My sister was also there. So it was hard. And I think that there are different types of people. There are the ones who believe that things are easy, and then suddenly you are on the cover magazines and so on. But at the same time, there are the ones who feel intimidated by all the things that happens around. So I think that putting being down to earth and understanding how hard it is, and make sure you are diligent with capital investment, because we lived in a moment in time back in 2020 or 2021 where startups and unicorns were all about throwing parties and doing lots of things, and we tried along the way to be diligent and mindful about how we were investing money and being concerned about the people we are hiring. And this is one of the things that, like, by the time investors were asking us hire hundreds of people, we were saying no, because we need to build a sustainable business. And by the time everybody was laying off, we were like lucky enough to, like, we didn't fire anyone, because we were concerned about the lives of the people who were there working for us. And I think, like, looking back, when we sold the company, we were almost 500 people company. We could touch lots of families and lots of lives. And I think being able to speak now and inspire other people and other women and who are willing to build something, camels or unicorns or whatever, but building something on their own, I think it's the most, it's the best part of what we did.
Yeah, fantastic. I think that's one of the popular effects of unicorns that we see. Like PayPal is a good example. The most famous mafia is probably the PayPal mafia, that is now Elon Musk and other things that we feel today. But I want to come to you, Ronaldo, for the similar kind of reason, right? So you also built a company that you sold to Amazon. But before that, I think, which is a huge success story, I think, in the Middle East, even Africa as well, rippled. But also, I think Daniela talked about cycles, the 2021 cycle. So you've seen a lot of cycles, I think, going back to Maktub, a company you joined in 2000 that was sold to Yahoo, right? And then I think, so my question is, there you have this experience of a company being sold, you're an executive there. How did that inspire you to then go on to build Souk, which is a success in its own right?
Yeah, Maktub was founded in 2000, right? 6 months after we had the big internet bubble, where all companies in the US were shutting down, and people were, even from the get-go, were saying, like, what are you guys doing? Everyone like this in the US is crashing. So I remember Samih, one of our founders, said, let's replace to cut costs, let's replace the Nescafe with like non-branded coffee. And the first day the employees come after the news in the US, and we see like we're trying to be very rational in our spend and not just throw the money away. I think our first raise was about $2 million, and that had to sustain us for a long time. But when we exited Maktub in 2009, there were two routes we could take, like one, celebrate and go do other things and close the chapter on entrepreneurship. But we felt it was so early in the development of the internet. It was like 9 years after. Many countries still in the region didn't even have connectivity. So we actually invested the outcome of Maktub into Souk, a company called Sukkar, which was like fashion. One was Joob, which was travel, and then Cashew, which was prepaid and payments. And out of two merged and two closed down. None of them worked all well. Souk, but that exit was, I think, an affirmation point, and maybe a teaching lessons, not only for the employees and the team, and it's important to get trust and build this energy, but also to the local investors who till that point just shied away from loss-making early startups, and they would just invest in real estate. If you've been to Dubai, to the region, everything was into infrastructure and real estate. That was, I thought, a teaching moment for a lot of investors, like, we can put money. The exit was 7-8 years within. The Souk exit took 10 years, but then the Souk exit was larger, and then we had the Careem exit, which is like Grab in Indonesia, which was even bigger. And then like governments and the big sovereign funds started paying attention to the space. And while some of them didn't know exactly the mechanics to evaluate and invest in smaller startups, we found that they went and invested in smaller funds that actually were doing the investing in startups. So the ecosystem around funding, I think, changed drastically, and that probably is the first ripple effect in terms of funding available to entrepreneurs. The second one is our own employees, the ones who actually cashed out of these 2-3 exits, started their own companies. Out of Souk, I think there are 5 startups. Sukkar, InstaShop, which sold to Delivery Hero, maybe not for $1 billion, for another $340 million within 4 years of launching. So much shorter cycles, quicker build up, less mistakes, better talent around you because now you're using people who've gone through the journey. We have advised them on how to raise. We had no one advising us how to raise. They had access to local capital. We had none. So the cycles expedited. And I think, third of all, I think the culture of failure became a lot more acceptable. Being an entrepreneur was looked upon, in the Gulf especially, like something that is more cool. There are success stories. People quoted our exits. And I think that changed a bit the culture, not only from the employee and the investor point of view, but the general acceptance of what took place. And that also allowed the government finally to change their view on how to IPO. Until then, Aramex, I think, went initially to New York, not very successful to IPO a Middle Eastern company there. They came back. The second wave came via SPACs. So we had these foreign New York-based entities buying local entities, listing them abroad. That didn't work very well. And finally, we had in Saudi, in the UAE, some of the food delivery and e-commerce company actually list in the local market after some tweaking to the local regulations to allow these exits to happen. And now you see like someone like Talabat at 10 billion valuation with 2 billion cash raised from the retail market or the institutional local investors, which again fuels that cycle where now you don't only depend on acquisitions like the Uber's buying Kareem or Amazon buying Sue or Yahoo buying Maktub, but also on, okay, I can build a good sustainable company. By the way, some of the listed companies are in the 100, 160 million range. Not all of them are at the billion range. But now that you have a clear path to building something successful, regulations around listing them locally, and someone who's done that once, twice, 3 times ahead of you, Jahiz did the same, I think, in Saudi Arabia as well. So I think that completes kind of a cycle that fuels the energy into what can come next. And I feel the region is much more prepared today to accept what's going on versus when we launched, we basically had to go to really large global companies who've invested all over the world and getting them to pay attention to our region, explaining Egypt and explaining the Middle East and the hurdles and so forth. So I do feel it's important to have these exits. Obviously, size is better because of the magnitude and the type of investor, but I think the exit and the success and building that cycle is very critical.
That's a question I have when you said the size, right? It gets me back to that first question, right? Where you have this big sizable exit, which attracts a lot of eyeballs, attention, et cetera. And you talked about the different effects of that. I think funding ecosystem was the first one you said. You said talent, you said the attitudes around failure, which I think is an important one, and certainly in the African ecosystem, right? But I wanted to get your thoughts on that original question, right? To see where you stand, if there's any tension there, and that question being, what's your perspective on whether, are multiple smaller exits, do they have the same impact of one large exit, for example? How do you see that?
The most successful startup I think I was in was InstaShop, which was bought by Delivery Hero. We invested $3 million. The total round raised in the 3 stages to build the business was around $9 million. The company was profitable in 3 years, and Delivery Hero acquired it for $340 million within 4 years. If you look at the founders and the investors in that space, that $3 million basically became a check of $180. So that's a very successful. It's not a unicorn, maybe not talked about a lot. Maybe, I don't know if you've heard of the InstaShop exit in the Middle East, but when you look at the investor ecosystem that put $100,000 and $200,000 and $500,000, we at the time invested $3 million in that business. That's probably, he was one of the best founders I've ever worked with. Agile, quick, efficient, fast, understanding customers, making quick adjustments, keeping his costs down, achieving profitability in 4 or 5 years in a space where others, it has to be 10 times the sales to achieve it. So very nimble in the way they've done it. So I'm not hung up on it's $1 billion or not. Suit was valued at $1 billion, then we exited a bit below. So, the valuations change, and it's a cycle, and the multiples change based on appetite. But I think the solid business that you build and the sustainability of that business is super important. I think just insinuate more trust in the ecosystem.
Absolutely. And Andrew, there's a question there I wanted to come to. We were just talking about effectively that impact of, small checks multiplying into something a lot bigger. And obviously now you've transitioned from CEO to now chairman, which I think is an interesting story of that, the journey of the business. But I think what is particularly interesting to me that I'd love to get your perspective on, if I understand correctly, you've invested in over 150 startups. And 10 or more of them have become startups, have become unicorns themselves. So I'm curious to get your perspective as we're talking about the multiplier effect of unicorn companies. Why are you investing all this time and energy into these startups? And do you feel like that's a responsibility? Do you feel like it's something unicorn founders should do to kind of elevate their ecosystems?
I think one of them is, and firstly, thank you for all the commendation, and thanks for having us over. I think the initial spirit is your belief in being part of an ecosystem, wherein, and I sort of like what they actually mentioned, is that ecosystems that have been a part of the Valley for a long period of time. I was at Google for almost close to a decade in kind of quasi-formative days, and then LiveSpace, really, those are the two companies that I've worked for. One of them was amazing, the other one, hopefully looking, pretty decent. So culturally, I think as a person, I am very respectful of individuals and ecosystems, which one recognize the fact that, failure is merely like a step into eventual success, whatever that means for you. And the second thing is that, which is like an innate characteristics of highly entrepreneurial and innovative systems, is that fundamentally you have individuals or investors which deeply value wealth creation through ownership, which essentially means it's your company or you invest in a company, you own shares, they multiply it to whatever the outcome is, unicorn or not, which I think is an often beaten word, but to its own MOICs and IRRs and DPIs and so forth and so on. People actually generate a significant amount of social value, enterprise value, shareholder value, largely because people actually had ownership in that company. I'm a kid of that ecosystem. There's nothing that I am if that hadn't existed. So I deeply, fervently believe that that's the ecosystem that I want to give back to. That's the ecosystem that I love being a part of. That's the ecosystem that I learn a lot from. So to that extent, one of them is just baseline curiosity and intellectual participation, my way of giving back. I think that's one. By the way, you also learn a lot, right? So how do you stay relevant, right? So the entrepreneurship is a fairly alone journey. It's sort of lonely from that perspective. So for those of them who are lucky, I'm lucky I have a co-founder, and most of my founding team actually is still choosing to stay with me. So there's a significant amount of camaraderie and learning that you sort of get through them. I have a fantastic board, who are amazing, and there's a significant amount of guidance and learning and sharing that happens. But I simply believe that it's not so much about the small checks and all of that stuff. It's really the ability to participate in that journey of an individual who essentially has exhibited the emotional characteristics to do that, and having the amazing, full of gratitude journey to see how that idea evolves. And believe you me, every journey is fairly unique. Every entrepreneur is unique. The success and perils that they actually encounter is this thing. So I've been fortunate to see so many, some very closely, others less so. But really it's just like a wide set of ideas that I was lucky to participate in India, Southeast Asia, some in the UK, many in the US, and really just learn a lot from their journeys and stay inspired, stay relevant. I'd say that's the bigger motive and purpose behind doing it. Yeah, some of them really worked out really well as well.
Yeah, no, I think we have to get you to look at the African market, right? Especially now you have the time as chairman, huh? But I think we've talked about, what I heard. I think Daniela, you talked about kind of inspiring women. We talked about the funding after effects of, this big exit comes. Governments are now interested. Other investors are now interested, et cetera. What we haven't talked about is kind of the impact on policy reform, regulation, et cetera. So I wanted to come to you next. I'm forgetting your name, so I apologize. Rizky of Grab Indonesia. I have friends who go to Indonesia and they say you go out there, you see a sea of green, right? So these green motorcycles everywhere. And I know the company is really known for basically legitimizing the gig economy, right? Certainly in Indonesia, but across the region as well, Southeast Asia. So I'm curious, to get your perspective. And I think I've listened to podcasts you've appeared on where you've talked about kind of it's not the government's responsibility to stay on top of the innovation. It's for the entrepreneurs to kind of inform the government and carry them along with what's happening. So I'm curious just to hear from your perspective, maybe at Grab and other experiences you had, just how have, what are some concrete examples at Grab or, elsewhere of companies, startups, unicorns really changing, policy, reforming the policy landscape, reforming kind of government's attitude towards innovation?
I see. Thanks, Emeka. The sea of greens, I think that's an interesting statement. It gets to the points where it's actually very hard not to find Grab. It's everywhere you go, you find it. But it's a long journey, and definitely policy reform was one of the pain points, major pain points. And I have to tell you, it was not fun at all, actually, during the process. Let me put you into perspective, and this was 2016, 2017, where government had enjoyed probably like a very long stability with no change, no challenges in the policy, no new business models in transportations, in commerce. So they pretty much was stable with the regulation that had been in place for like decades. But then came the wave of the new technology, new changes. And to any government that had enjoyed long decades of policy stability, it was a true hassle for them. I mean, like suddenly they have to actually to think about something different. And mind you, this was, I remember Andrea was telling the audience, existential threats. And this was everyday business that we were actually facing. I mean, like you wake up every morning wondering whether you could survive the day. I mean, like definitely if there's a policy that against you, definitely you could be taken down at any time. So it's a very, very serious matter, but definitely not something that we really enjoyed to deal with. But it's very, very important. The spirit of, facing this kind of situations, this challenge, is actually the same principle as you do business. It's partnerships. In every partnerships, I'm asking you, what would be the focus for you when you do business or do partnerships with new partners? It's the benefits, right? You have to focus on the benefits. The same when you deal with the government, you negotiate with the governments. You focus on the benefits, what you can bring to the table actually for the country, for the governments. In the case of the startups, technology wave, basically new models, business models, there's actually quite clear benefits that we could bring in. One of them is actually bringing jobs. When you bring in like ride-hailings, e-commerce, food deliveries, you're actually enabling jobs. It's kind of a platform not only to actually to do transactions, but it's platforms for you to actually bring in more entrepreneurships, micro-entrepreneurships, so bringing jobs. And it helps that in the case of what I do, it's actually bringing in millions of jobs. So it's easier actually to pitch in to the governments. So when you have such clear benefits, then you give governments into a perspective that, hey, this could benefit the country, bringing in more GDPs, economic growth, and definitely serve the people with the new jobs that you're bringing in. At the same time as well, it gives you protections, because once you're actually giving like hundreds of thousands of jobs to the million of jobs, when there's a policy change that may risk that existence, then hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people could be protesting if there's any policy change as well. The other benefits that we could bring to the table and opening the minds of the governments is actually the amount of the foreign direct investments to the countries and to the regions. In our case, we're bringing in like a set of investors that committed not only to our businesses, but also to the ecosystem, where they're actually putting money to help the ecosystem of the tech industries to blooming in the regions. So that's changed the game as well and put government into the perspective that, hey, any change is actually not just a hassle, that you could disrupt your long decades policy stability, but this could be bringing in more opportunities to the countries. So I think many combinations, many benefits, definitely that we dealt with. But by giving into the table the clear benefits that you could bring in, I think that could make things much easier. Of course, I made it sound really, really easy. It was not like that. It was not like a smooth sail, definitely. There are changes. There are, dynamics as well. There are still people that insist that this is not for the good for the countries. This is not the good for the policies. But I think one of the other key elements that if I look back, of course, you will face those changes and face those challenges as well. I think very, very important during the process that you build trust as well. You say no when you can't do it. You say yes when you can do it. You don't know what you don't know as well. I think you have to be very, very honest and bring those trust level as well to the governments. Of course, we failed. We did some failures as well. But when you're bringing in trust, you build trust. I think when you make mistakes, you had some failures. When you have built the trust, I think people will give you also a little bit of chance. There's process that you need to actually to do, definitely. There's some policy that requires you to follow certain, for example, licenses. But once you build trust that you're actually a party that you could be trusted to, then you will be given timelines as well. And the timelines will actually set precedents also to the other players in the ecosystems. And I think this brings sense and overall, I think the benefits to the whole countries and to the whole regions. I think, I hope that's quite addressing your questions. Yeah. And of course, I'm learning also from this forum.
Yeah, no, I think it definitely addresses the question. And I think what you said about the FDI coming in not just to the company, but to the ecosystem as a whole is very interesting, which you had more time to dive into, honestly. But to that point, I wanted to come to you, Samer. And really, I'm thinking because there's two questions I want to ask you, but I'll continue on this line, right? So when you think about funding to support the ecosystem, I think one thing you've been doing for a long time has been logistics, which, in many, is really foundational infrastructure for the digital economy, right? So in the markets we operate in, there's a last mile aspect that can't happen without logistics companies. You've been there with Aramex, you're now there with Milers. So I'm just curious, want to get your thoughts on kind of, if you think about logistics, this ripple effect for companies to build upon. For example, startups that want to do e-commerce can't do that themselves, right? They have to work with third parties. In the Nigerian example, which is where I'm based, we've seen companies try to do that. I forget who I was talking to, right? I was talking to some companies in the market that just haven't been able to be profitable because they have to build out all this infrastructure themselves. Whereas, companies like what you're doing now, what you've done before, are creating a kind of foundational layer companies can build on top of. So that's the first question I had for you, just to kind of respond to what you see as logistics role to be an ecosystem enabler. And then the second question I had for you is really, you've seen a lot, right? I think you've operated as CEO of Africa, Aramex, in 31 countries. You're now operating in North Africa and Jordan, I believe, right? So you've seen a lot of markets, that you've seen quite a lot of markets as well, right? But more than a lot of people. So I'm just curious as to get your thoughts. This entire session is about growth markets. So if you could say, what are some of the interesting differences between markets, is the other question I had for you. Sorry for the back-to-back.
Well, you mean the differences between markets in Africa?
Yes, and the Middle East as well, right? So where you've had experience, right? You operate in Jordan today.
Today we started in Egypt. That was 5 years ago. Originally, I came out of Aramex and decided to challenge status quo or do something better than the unicorn, the brilliant unicorn that I used to work for. But that was the biggest challenge, is that you want to do something better than a very successful company. The bar is very high, and that was challenging me always. And I decided to go this, and started by the technology. When you need to have a better technology, you need to build a technology that addresses the new consumer needs. And I'm sure Ronaldo knows that the customer expectations or consumer expectations from the last mile delivery or from the online shopping keep keep raising higher and higher. And you need to have proper tech to cater for this. You need to have proper tech to cater for your operation staff, the ground couriers or the last mile delivery boy, we call him the miler, who goes and deliver. You need to give him a technology that suits him and that enable him and empower him to provide the expected customer experience from our customer. Having said that, yes, the e-commerce is growing very fast, and the demand, I always say the demand in this sector is bigger than the supply, or is running faster than what we can run or build capacity as logistics for the e-commerce. And this is very challenging here because it's about capacity building more than anything else. If you have the capacity, then you can deliver good service. If you don't have the capacity, then you will definitely fail in delivering proper service. My past experience, I've started Aramex, one of the unicorns in the Middle East. I'm sure you know them, in Egypt and the whole African continent, and like set up operation in like 31 countries, and then decided to exit and start from the beginning another beautiful journey with miners, but from different perspective, with more focus on e-commerce, doing nothing but e-commerce, provide integrated e-commerce solutions from fulfillment to last mile delivery to cash collection, which is 90% of our business is cash on delivery, unlike this part of the world, where people still a cash economy. I hope I answered.
Yeah, it's me that had a bit of a scattered question, so it's my question. But absolutely, I think it's an interesting view of kind of the importance of logistics and kind of the differences, for example, in cash on delivery within market. So thank you for that. I mean, now I kind of want to switch things around, and so we've talked about kind of the positive aspects of unicorns, right? And I want to come to you, Anuj, right? Because I think India is a good example. So India has really produced a lot of unicorns lately. But one of the critiques, and maybe you've heard this about LiveSpace specifically, maybe not, but one of the critiques of the ecosystem at large in India specifically is that, you know, unicorn companies really serve a sliver of the population, right? They serve kind of the elites that, you know, have internet access, that, you know, can afford these services, et cetera. So there's no widespread ecosystem to the...
Who are you reading?
It's out there. I'm not making it up, right? So I'm reading someone who's writing it. It's what I'm reading, right? So I'm curious as to...
Maybe I could suggest some literature.
Please do, right? But have you... So it sounds like you might have heard some of this, but just what do you respond to that? Is it real? Is it, you know, is it nonsense? How do you think about that?
No, it's not entirely nonsense, but I think let's step back and sort of think about it. I think maybe I'll lean in from the last question that you asked, because I think it was a pretty sort of a good, interesting conversation. See, you have to understand the structure of the markets, right? It's important that why do ideas work fundamentally? Why does value get created? You know, it's an important sort of question to imagine. So there are 2 or 3, 4 factors that actually essentially go in, and I'll come to exactly the question that you asked me, right? So the size of the market obviously matters a lot. Many call it TAM, SAM, this and that. But effectively, it is an agglomerate and an aggregation of a set of people or a set of businesses who essentially will respond to a transformative value proposition and exhibit some format of adoption, you know, on the basis of which you can make gross margin, create profit pools, so forth and so on. One day, hope to build a large company. Yeah, that's important. And the ability to replicate that and go deeper in that and find adjacent markets, you know, interesting things happen. So the characteristic of that market to exhibit what I just said is vital. India is exhibiting that. That's why there are, you know, and I'm sorry to sort of call it out, like unicorn is such a beaten, you know, word, but great companies are getting created, right? I mean, look at Zomato, which is like the food delivery giant. I mean, last I heard it's a public company. It's a $33 billion, you know, public company. Some say that when Flipkart gets ready to go IPO, it could be a $100 billion IPO. I mean, my goodness, you know, we are hopefully lined up in the same light and create tremendous amount of shareholder value as and when we get ready to sort of list in the market. And I kid you not, I could easily see about 100 companies of that characteristics that are addressing a very substantial addressable market, which allow the ability to go deeper, which allow the ability to go in an adjacent direction, which is fantastic. So that's one. The second is the fundamental structure of the market, right, which is economies like ours, whether it's India or Africa or Latin America, and to the extent that I understand, parts of Eastern Europe as well. See, we tend to be supply-constrained economies, right? So, of course, generating demand and price discrimination and transformative value proposition creations, it is itself like a nightmare. Many companies have done it very successfully here in the US. But what the US essentially actually has is significantly lubricated supply, and I'm using that as an economics term, not supply chain, the supply side fundamentals of building a business, supply chain just being one of them. That infrastructure just doesn't exist in emerging growth markets. You can call it whatever you want to call it, global south, so forth and so on. Startups in these markets, unfortunately, have to be the ones who are creating the supply side infrastructure such that they can hope to build amazing value propositions that can then unlock large untapped markets. Look at our journey. That's the misery of building, a company, which is why building large companies in emerging markets takes more time, more capital. But when you actually build a great company, the market fundamentally rewards you with tremendous amount of value creation, because you create this giant company that is actually operating with a very unfair quote-unquote advantage, and then over time you can unlock significant amount of profit pool. So to step back, now those are important characteristics of markets. India, strangely, actually offers a lot of these characteristics. So very large market that's getting deeper and deeper and deeper, the ability for transformative companies to unlock adjacencies, massive amount of profit pools for companies that are actually able to last through that journey, right? And then fund value getting created in a capital market structure which now has very deep angel to Series A, Series B to growth capital to late stage private equity to pre-IPO, IPO capital, public markets, etc. If you don't have that private public capital market structure, then how the hell do angels make money? How do founders make money? How do employees make money? How do late stage public market investors make money? So that entire thing, if you map all of those things, India as a market, which I've been lucky to sort of experience in the last 8 to 9 years, I think over the last 20 years of work has created those interesting characteristics, right? So to answer your question, right, which is serving a sliver of the market, I don't think that's possible. It is impossible to generate $30 billion of public market value, or potentially $100 billion of value, or several billions of dollars of public market value if you're serving a sliver of the country. So, however, the diffusion process of company building obviously takes you through multiple addressable market pockets. Like our journey, when we marketed the company, we marketed the company to, and this is like 15, 16, 17, sort of that era, we really were trying to make sure that we can provide a transformative customer experience, and we serve homeowners. So these are people who actually purchase and get their homes remodeled through general contractors. We are a one-stop shop, which provided like this e-commerce class underwriting to quality, pricing, timeline, and so forth and so on, and really changed the game there. But at that point in time, it was important for us to actually serve consumers who were in the knowledge economy, trusted the internet, could actually, quote unquote, believe in a value proposition. So you could argue that maybe we started with knowledge workers, but today LiveSpace is actually serving, I think, close to 100 cities. We are serving people who are actually, I kid you not, paying about, our smallest SKU is, I think, an $800 kitchen. At the $800 kitchen, you are pretty much a mass company at that stage. But obviously, it takes you 8 to 9 years. So the story is actually less told without understanding the structure and the size of the market and the diffusion process that entrepreneurs have to take to really unlock large profit pools, large amount of market value.
That's fascinating. Thank you for that. It's a good check on what's perhaps being written out there. And I want to...
A couple articles coming your way.
Please, I'm ready. All right. So I just want to throw this question out to whoever's ready to answer it, right? So it's along the same lines of, we're here on this panel talking about the positive multiplier effects of unicorns, right? So, but there obviously, everything has pros and cons, right? There has to be negative sides as well. I'm based in Nigeria. I focus a lot lot, my publication focuses a lot on the African continent. And one of the things, even with this Foundry Fellowship, we had a chance to visit Nairobi. And a lot of the things the founders we talked to there talked about was the impact of M-Pesa, which is strictly speaking not a unicorn because it's tied into Safaricom, this telco, but it's effectively $1 billion company in its own right? And a lot of the founders basically say it kind of, especially in the fintech, strangles the ecosystem, right? It doesn't let a lot of, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with M-Pesa. It's one of the big success stories out of Africa in the fintech space, so mobile money, effectively. So if you want to build fintech in Nairobi in Kenya, you're probably going to run into M-Pesa at some point. So a lot of founders feel like one of the negative impacts there is, kind of strangling innovation in the fintech ecosystem. So the question, that's just an example. So I put this out there to who has a response for it, is just what are some credible negative externalities of unicorn companies that you see?
I could take that. I think one of the negatives that I see as well, again, my background has been building businesses right from scratch, and then I build them up to this camel level, $5-10 million, bringing entrepreneurs to build them alongside us, right, so that I can move on to the next one. So you can call it serial entrepreneurship, but I think I stumbled upon the model because it just made sense that it was predictable. Now, I started a fund 1, fund 2, and then all the people that I was investing alongside in terms of venture capitalists, I saw that it was the Silicon Valley model that they were always chasing, which meant that the tolerance for failure, the tolerance for write-off was not the same as someone like me who was used to just struggling through the business until it works. For them, for my counterparts on the cap table, they're like, well, this company doesn't work, they've moved on. So when it's time to support, these ventures that you invested in, the other VCs are nowhere to be found because guess what? Their underwriting model for the fund says that, 65% will fail. Maybe 30% will return maybe 3x, 4x, 5x, and then somewhere around 5% or 3% will return the fund 10x. So I think that's one of the bad behavior that I think it creates. And not that it's entirely bad and it's all, horrible. It's just that it's a lot more relevant if you're in New York, if you're in, Bangladesh, if you're in markets that are a lot more sophisticated. And I don't think that the venture capital ecosystem has matured to the point where we can actually say, all right, if I'm in Wyoming, or even if I'm in Michigan, or even Texas, like these places, like maybe they've only had 5 unicorns, like ever, right? So the model of the venture capital ecosystem, I think, needs to be restructured. And I hope, actually, the reason why I'm really excited to be here is I hope that MIT can actually be the place to actually look back and say, hey, how do we have a conversation around redesigning that, right? Such that the right capital stack is available for folks who are building $10 million companies. And that's a great outcome. Because, by the way, I think what Ronaldo said earlier resonates with me. A lot of the wealthy people I've met, they tell me they made so much more money, right, out of companies that are not unicorns, right, that are even 10, 20, $30 million company, but the equity amount they ended up owning was higher. So I'm just like, why is that not a conversation? And why don't we go back to ensure that there's some VCs who can play this game, and there's some other VCs who play the unicorn game? I think that's really, where the opportunity lies.
Fantastic.
But if I may add, I think it all gets to the point of looking to the unicorn thing as a end state, like as a state where you want to achieve. I think we should be all looking to build business that lasts, and being a unicorn or other stuff would be a consequence. And I think when you talk about fintech, Pismo is a payments processing and a banking platform, and we always believed in infrastructure from a technology perspective. So we invested in a moment in time where everybody was like, there was many fintechs being launched around the globe. We decided to invest in infrastructure so we can provide the tools to leverage not only the migration of big banks, but also the creation and the like work as enablers of potentially new fintechs. And this is what I did pretty much like in Latin America and then Southeast Asia. And then now we are in the means of setting the footprint in Europe and in the US. But I think, again, when we started, we were trying to solve a problem of how we could make the core banking things different, so we could give access and provide, like enable them to build products that would give access to people who didn't have access to bank accounts and other stuff. But then it ended up like, actually, we were not expecting that. So we were not working in making that happen. Looking to, of course, we would always be thinking about what would that be, but it was not the goal, like to become a unicorn. Like we were building something that could actually challenge the status quo and become like the next generation of infrastructure for payments and banking.
Fantastic. I want to open it up for the audience. I want to make sure we get to audience questions. But before that, I think it's an interesting conversation, and I want to just ask this of the rest of you. I think the question effectively I want to ask is just, what's the change you kind of wish to see if you have a room full of entrepreneurs thinking about building unicorns or high impact businesses? You know, what kind of change would you like to see? And I would say, Bhumi, you kind of answered it in terms of, you know, like to see a change in the funding ecosystem towards kind of some of these more resilient, sustainable companies. And I would say, Danielle, I would say the same thing. You know, my interpretation of what you said is kind of just not having unicorn be the goal, but kind of having this kind of long-term, you know, company that can last, and a unicorn would be just a consequence of doing that. So for the rest of you, I just want to open it up and just say, okay, and maybe I'll start from that end to say, you know, what impact would you...
Imagine if you're a founder and the goal to your team is like to get to this valuation versus like focusing on the customer, building the right service. Assuming you reach the valuation, then the markets turn, the next round becomes maybe more complicated. Some people have shares, ESOPs, suddenly they're invaluable. So I think running too fast just to get to the valuation, and if that's the mindset of the team, will make the team not build the right culture, and definitely the focus would shift away from the customer and the real problem that you're trying to solve, which ultimately, if it's a good problem, would be anyway a sustainable business. I don't like the culture of too much focus on valuations, and if that's what's being discussed in the rooms when you're talking about your weekly, monthly, whatever, then I don't think that's the right culture to set. For my humble advice to the entrepreneurs here is, you have a problem, the markets are large, you have a lot of customers, you have to daily, like Regency said, millions of challenges come our way, governments, your own teams, building the right culture, building the right tech, and the valuation is almost an output which you almost can't really 100% dictate, but you can definitely dictate your inputs or whatever drives your customers' engagement with your business, whatever adds value to the customer, or whatever adds value to your employees, things that you do way before you get to the valuation, which is a multiple of your outputs, I think would be. And also the other one is not very controlled, but something happens with the global markets, what we're seeing, what we're going through the last couple of months. If you're basing your valuation on what's happening right now in the public markets, you won't feel good about that number, but that's not really something you really can control. You can control how good this delivery is, how available the Grab driver is, how fast our package is being delivered, how good our prices on the websites are, how good the app is. And so those are things you can work on endlessly, and which adds a lot of value for the customers, which I think would be the right focus. Evaluations are outputs.
Yeah, I think the objective should be the success, or to succeed in what you're doing, in the service you provide, in the gap you are filling, to achieve. That's the objective. All the rest are consequences. You know, if I succeed, then I will get a better valuation. Valuation depends on so many other things. You know, so many things. part of them is the success. What I control personally as a founder is I need success. I need to succeed with what I am doing. I need to succeed with my customers, succeed with my people, with all stakeholders in the company. This is what I can dream of, or this is what would be my objective. The valuation, there are luck there, by the way, in the valuation also. There are so many things, there are so many factors affecting the valuation. And if the team connected to the valuation, then they might get disappointed easily while they are delivering brilliant results. But that's the way I see it. Success is the objective of the business.
Yeah, just very quickly.
Sure. I think we're singing the same song here, definitely. I think we've seen enough that definitely valuation is not the goal. Valuation is the result. You need to stay focused on the impact, just making impacts, making sure that you're addressing the problems, stay true to the financial discipline as well, making operational excellence as well in the bid-win. Definitely valuations will come to you, but don't make it as your goal and objective. You believe on what you believe in. You stay true in making impacts, and you make sure that people can feel of the value that you're giving into the community as well.
Anders?
Beautifully captured by everybody. But I think sort of maybe one more statement is that as an entrepreneur and an operator and operating teams, our job should be to create stuff that creates value. Valuation is not a job. How can we value our company? So chasing an unnecessary metric on which you have very little control is only going to lead to heartbreak or ups and downs. But value is a very well understood. How does value get created? By a superior product, great customer service, high NPS, fantastic employee culture, fantastic SOP, high gross margin, great leverage, yada yada yada. Fantastic technology that does all kind of cool things. That's the job of operating teams and entrepreneurs. I think my humble advice to everybody would be in a room full of entrepreneurs to really focus on stuff that you can do on the inputs to generate true value. The valuation is the market's problem. They'll hopefully give you the right one or not. So that's the summary.
That's fantastic advice. I think we're running out of time, but I don't know if anyone had a pressing question. I just went through the first person I saw.
Chris from South Africa. You guys called this Hi, I'm Chris from South Africa. You guys called this the unicorn session, and now I'm scared to use the word unicorn. My question is relating to unicorns, and not so much the valuations, but America, maybe this is an interesting question for you. In Africa, we've got less than 10 unicorns, and all of them are in the fintech space. I'd also be interested in the rest of the panel's view on this. Why do you think that is? Do you think it's, I'm optimistic, and I think it's a sign that there's lots more interesting value to be created. But what do you think, maybe Bani also, what are the biggest challenges to that ecosystem, the VC ecosystem, and why are we not seeing more so-called unicorns or camels on their way to being unicorns in Africa?
Yeah, I'll punt to Bumi. Happy to chat with you offline. Bumi's actually invested in one of those unicorns you're talking about. So,
yeah, I think in reality, VC in Africa started in 2016, right? In 2016, I think the whole continent raised maybe somewhere around $200 million, right? It's 2025, so it's very, very, very nascent. So I think that's like really probably the biggest factor, I would say, in terms of the number of unicorns. And I guess the second thing I would just say is that, I know I've met companies that are not unicorns, but like the dividend they throw out, right? Because the unicorn model sacrifices like dividend and those types of things. It's sort of like growth to sort of capture the market before optimizing for unit economics. Sometimes, a lot of times. And I think the Africa story is just different. So there's a lot of companies you don't know about that they're actually superior, right, in the underlying business than what we consider unicorns. It's my experience after being part of 2 out of the 9 unicorns. I was part of their journey, either as an investor or as an advisor. So there's a lot more unicorns than we think, but we should celebrate the non-unicorns too.
please, I'm getting the signal that we're out of time, so apologies. Please join me in giving a round of applause to this panel. Very interesting. So thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good stuff.
How do we need a picture?
The photographer, there's a photographer here. Okay.
You're not.
Test one, test one. Perfect.
Okay, good. Oh. Okay, everyone, can I ask you to take your seats, please? Now, I would love to, Muhammad Abourawi, we're going to start. I would love to welcome you all to this panel called Resilience by Design, Entrepreneurship in Challenging Environments. And before I hand over to the amazing Dr. Muhammad Abourawi, who is a student fellow and